Which of the two will fight to the end and become the new queen? Which of the two will resist the pressure and finally hold the trophy of the victory? Which of the two will inherit the glory of the East? Very soon the battle of wisdom is about to begin. A breathtaking confrontation across the chessboard is imminent.
那我觉得每一次对抗赛都是不同的。我的目标就是认真的去消耗每一
Ju
盘棋。
Wenjun has a really strong heart. She will excel at seizing any opportunity. Her willpower will be released on the chessboard, determined to retain her title and stay at the
以
top.
前的比赛每一场棋其实都会是难忘的，但是我觉得在接下来的这场比赛将会是我职业生涯当中最难忘的一场比赛。
Lei Tingjie is the new challenger. She will fight for every inch of the board, eager to showcase her fresh energy and aspiration. Two strong players from the mysterious East, the best teammates and toughest opponents. On the stage of 64 white and black squares, they will demonstrate their best performance and unveil unlimited, exciting possibilities.
Hello everyone, and welcome to the live broadcast of Game 5 of the FIDE Women's World Championship match between Ju Wenjun, the world champion, and the challenger Lei Tingjie. Alongside me is Grandmaster Shui.
Hello, Alik.
Hello, and I am Alik Gershon. We will be with you for the whole day tonight. Hopefully it will be as exciting as the previous game.
Yes.
And we offer you, let's take a short look what happened in the previous game. Is tied, and we want to go and see what happened in the previous exciting round.
So let's see the video now.
Okay, we're having some technical issues for now. We will not see the video for now. Tell me, what was your impression of last game?
In the last game, I think it's the most exciting game. It's keep the pressure from the game start to the end, and Ju Wenjun, I think. From the position we see, Ju Wenjun has some winning chances, but according to the bar and according to the defense of Lei Tingjie, I think this is a totally equal game and very high quality.
Yes. It was, although, as you said, the bar said it was equal, but from a human perspective, you know, we are often, because we see the evaluation of the position, sometimes it's very hard for us to disconnect and look at it freshly as if we didn't see. And when you look freshly at the game, at the position at the end of previous game, you could have noticed that it's very difficult for Black to defend, and
yes.
She was actually on the verge of losing. There were some only moves that kept her position alive. With 1 minute on the clock, it was extremely close call, right? And
actually, I really like to see two players in really pressure of the tournament. that's what we loved in the
Absolutely.
World Championship match.
Absolutely. I don't think Lei Tingjie enjoyed this pressure too much in the
Yes.
last game, but this is what we love about this game, and she managed to finally make the draw on really amazing defense. We will talk about it later, maybe during the game. Maybe we can go to the venue and see the players are ready to start the game. They are waiting, and we have guests of honor today, right? We see the chief arbiter, Anastasia Sorokina, is announcing the start of the round.
And the blue dress is the host, Gu Xiaobing. And let's see, and we will see. She is now.
She's announcing.
Welcome the guests to start the game.
On your left, you see both players are sitting. Lei Tingjie is a little bit. You can see she's anxious to begin to start the game. I think she's ready to start, whereas Ju Wenjun is more relaxed, right?
Yes.
She's trying to concentrate, and there you go. We have the guests.
Yes, and the white pieces who helped Lei Tingjie to play is Gui Jinsong, Director of Mass Sports Department of Shanghai Administration of Sports. The black pieces, the man who helped Ju Wenjun to play the first move is Zhou Jia, President of Yueyang Hospital of Integrated Traditional Chess and Western Medicine, Shanghai University of Traditional Chinese Medicine.
So the ritual move has been played, and while you were announcing the guests, I had the opportunity to see the moves that both players played, and if I'm not mistaken, Lei Tingjie showed the d-pawn to our guests. So we might see her switch back to her normal weapon of first d4, and according again, the first move is they're not obliged to play the move as they showed in this introductory move. But anyhow, if we are to judge, d4 and knight f6 is about to be played.
Yes, I think Ju Wenjun played most times of knight f6 to against d4 in the first move, and I think from now for Ju Wenjun, it's hard to imagine Lei Tingjie will play d4 or e4 in the first move.
Yeah, maybe she's still guessing, right?
Yes.
Because you're right. First two games she played e4, and now maybe Ju Wenjun and her team they need to expect it to happen more in the match. But okay, so 1/3 of the match is behind us. Who would you think has the initiative now? In the match initiative, not the game initiative.
I think Lei Tingjie and her team prepared more in the opening. At least they prepared more successful in the opening. I think both players prepared very well in the Women World Championship match. And you can see Lei Tingjie and Ju Wenjun played very well before they joined this match. They played a lot of tournaments and scored a very excellent score. Absolutely. And but I saw, especially the last game and the third game of the match, Lei Tingjie has 30 minutes.
She had a big advantage, but
yes,
then she had to defend and hard not to lose. So all in all, I felt, I would say from my perspective, yes, that if the first two games were Lei had the initiative,
yes,
then the last two games I feel that Ju Wenjun is taking the initiative to her hands,
yes.
and actually, last game was very, very close to be 1-0 to be 1-0,
Yes.
right? And
I think in the maybe last 10 moves of the last game, maybe Lei Tingjie felt she has chance to lose the position.
yes, you could see that. You could see that in her expression, and she was very very relieved after she
Yeah,
made it.
after the game.
The game has started, and somehow we can be surprised again. So the players played d4. For the guests, they showed d4 knight f6, but on the board we still see e4 move number 1, e5, knight f3, knight c6, and here Lei Tingjie is again surprising her opponent with the Italian defense.
Yes.
Unless, of course, here she chooses to play knight g5, which I doubt will happen after knight f6. Although we can see sometimes that white does play this line, but it does not really promise too much for white. And for this reason, I think mainly white plays knight g5 here in blitz games. Yes, something just to surprise your opponent. For such a serious match, I would really doubt if that she would go for this 2-knight defense.
Yes, but I have to say, I think half a month ago, Hikaru Nakamura wins a classical game with knight g5 in the last round against Fabiano Caruana.
Right. I agree. That was correct. Do you remember how it went? So it went knight g5, d5 takes
knight a5, bishop b5, c6, and take.
Bishop d3, right?
I think bishop d3, yes. And I'm not sure about the whole game, but I watched this game live, and I remember Hikaru wins a lot of wins very early of the game. I think has the winning position very early.
From the opening. Okay, so he's surprised. Maybe. Well, if we see knight g5 here, I will be very surprised. I have to say that. And Lei Tingjie has played the move. I'm very curious to see the move. She played d3. I think it suits more for the World Championship match. And you know, this is very interesting because this setup, some 10, 15 years ago or 20 years ago, it was considered to be not very promising for white, right? And it was like, you know, when you start playing chess, when this is the first opening you normally play, right? With this Italian game.
And if you played this very often, I mean in 20 years ago, very often, and do not try to play the right low-pitch, maybe other players will think you are lazy. You don't.
I used to play this, and I was lazy. So but this is exactly right, because I didn't study. I didn't like to study a lot of theory. This was my main weapon in back in the days when I still played e4, and I would go to those positions, yes, and I would know that okay, I'm not fighting for too much, but at least I know those positions, and I want to get a game. And now, after all those years, they are coming back to this because in the Lopez, it's so so sharp, and so much theory, and people often don't want to check each other's notes, right? So you want to get the game. So this the fashion now comes back to this until this also is being studied thoroughly, right? Until the end. So we have d3, bishop c5, short castle d6, c3, and we will see a long maneuvering game here with many nuances, right? One of the, for instance, after c3, black plays a5 here. Ju Wenjun played a5, right? What is the point of a5?
A5 is to, I think, Alik, you are an expert expert of the opening. Maybe you will
Yeah.
show us the.
One of the things that White wants to achieve, of course, is to get some spatial advantage on the queen side.
Yes.
Which is always nice to have some advantage, and of course A5 is the move that prevents that from happening. So it doesn't really, White doesn't really connect on his play with a lot of play on the queen side, but it's nice to have some space advantage. The main battle will be in the center and on the king side, of course. Both sides. So White will. You should expect White at some point to play rook e1. The knight usually goes to either g3 or e3, depending on the situation. The bishop will go to e3, and we want to see if we can, of course, play d4. Right.
Yes. I like this the whole plan.
This is the plan. Black's plan is quite similar. So Black will castle short. Often the knight goes also to g6, and if Black manages sometimes to play d5 conveniently, that suddenly Black will have the spatial advantage, and it might be. And it might be even equalizing quite fast if White is not careful. So A5, all in all, is a move that prevents before. And what I would also say that each side, these bishops for each side are quite important and are quite annoying for your opponent, right? So one other thing that A5 does is, for instance, it prevents, let's just say Black didn't play A5, and after short castle, knight d2, for instance. So now knight b3, okay, knight b3 is not really a threat, but you would really want to keep the bishop alive and not allow, for instance, if we had to place the bishop on b6, and then the knight from d2 would eventually jump to c4. It can always, right? It can always exchange. It's not something that you are extremely happy about. Sometimes you have nothing to do against it. But if you can prevent it, you would be happy to do that.
And if White can manage to play knight c4 and knight b6, exchange the bishop, the game is playing to a pair of bishops again. Again,
a pair of bishops, absolutely. But at least not we. Probably shouldn't expect pawn sacrifices until now, at least for now. And I've been thinking. We had the rest day yesterday, and I had some time to think about. So we have seen many games so far with those imbalanced material positions, and this is actually, it promises quite a lot of potentially. It promises that there will be winning chances for both sides, right? Because either your initiative proves to be good and then you have winning chances, or it's not sufficient, and then your opponent suddenly has an extra pawn, right? And that's what we saw in the last game, basically.
Yes, I think in the last game, when the game goes to the end game, after the move bishop c5. I remember we saw the position were not easily ends of a draw. Both sides has winning chances.
Absolutely, absolutely. And we felt that Lei Tingjie just a little bit overpushed. Yes.
Yes.
And when this dynamic equality breaks, then it can be very ugly for one of the sides. Yes.
Yes. But as we see in the games, Lei Tingjie and her team seems are very planned a lot of things to play the pawn sacrifice or some piece of sacrifice.
Yes, yes, absolutely. And this is actually we're happy about it, right?
Yes.
It makes for exciting chess. It makes for exciting games. And Lei Tingjie played bishop b3. As we said, it's one of the moves. It's a prophylactic move.
Yes, but I think this is an old line. I think bishop b3. This line is
Yes, it's an old line. Soon we will check what are the current moves. But I think it's nice that we first talk a little bit about those general ideas of this opening, right?
Yes.
So, so the bishop goes to b3. One of the ideas is that we don't want to rush and exchange it. We want to somehow, like in Ruy Lopez, right? When we play this bishop b5, then the bishop, pardon me for this awkward arrow, then the bishop goes back to a3, and then often it finds its way back to c2,
Yes.
right? And after d4, it can play some very, very big role in the attack on the king side. So I think that the bishop b3 is a very natural move to keep the bishop alive.
Yes, especially I think in Ruy Lopez or Italian variation, the c2 square is always the final destination for the bishop.
Like in the movie, the final destination, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and it's a very, very good spot because it cannot be reached from there, right? The black
Yes.
pieces cannot reach it there. So very good all in all. And I think black has black has a few moves, and Ju Wenjun chose to short castle here.
Yes.
And here again, we might have this idea of bishop g5, right?
Yes.
The one that we looked at previously.
I want to say when Ju Wenjun played the short castle, now I think her team and she must have prepared a lot of things after bishop g5, because you remember in the last game of she played black, the third game of the match.
Yes.
When in the Berlin defense, Lei Tingjie played bishop g5 and she played d6.
Yes.
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 She chose not to play bishop e7. So I mean she is confident with this castling. After maybe bishop g5, she will go h6, g5. I'm not sure, but seems like she doesn't scare off bishop.
Yeah,
g5.
you don't play d6 and castle if you're scared about this, right?
Yes.
And this is interesting. Let's see how it goes. So.
Actually, I'm also a lazy man. I always play the Italian defense, Italian variation with white.
Okay.
So I know the modern moves for white here.
Which are?
For example, white can play knight bd2, and here bishop b3 is an old line, I think. And first we will see bishop g5 is always played by some players who like to attack, and black can play, for example, h6, bishop h4, and bishop a7, or maybe queen e7 first, and then g5, bishop a7, knight h5. This is the plan, and it will goes to a very active position for both sides, and white will go some moves like knight bd2, a3, b4, and attack on the queen side, and black attack on king side. And knight bd2 is played much often, and castling, h3 and h6, rook e1 here, and bishop e6, and now white can play bishop b5. This is the main point that a5 gives the b5
this is
square.
important. Yes.
Yes. And after bishop b5, black has a move queen b8. It's very famous these days.
Oh yes, yes. There were quite a few players by games by top players in this line. Yes,
such as Ding Liren, Wesley So, and Hikaru. They played a lot of games with black. And the point after queen b8 is to play queen a7, which first attack on f2 with bishop, and the second plan for black is after queen a7 to play a4, which can just stop you.
Just stop for anything from, yes?
Yes, for white. And if you play bishop a4, it's not good, because b5 and a4, it's totally...
And this is the main point of queen b8, right?
Yes.
To have b5. after bishop a4.
And if we play knight f1, queen a7, bishop e3, and black can exchange the bishop and play a4. And then white cannot give the bishop reach to c2 square.
Well, this is important nuances of this line.
Yes. But Lei Tingjie chose to play bishop b3.
Bishop b3. It is a relatively, I have looked a little bit in the database, it is a relatively rare move indeed, however, and a short castle is actually the main reply to bishop b3. And now white's main move is knight b d2 here, and there is always also a very interesting h3 move, which prevents the bishop from getting to g4. So we can examine a few positions like that. So, or there could be some games by transposition, and as we said, it goes for a very long this long maneuvering game, right? We prepared the bishop on b3. Is basically we're saying we don't want to exchange this bishop, right?
Yes.
We want to play bishop c2 after bishop e6 because this is important for us to keep this bishop. And then the rook will go to e1, the knight will transfer, and we are claiming that we're slightly better because we want d4, right?
Yes. And after rook e1, we will see black is not easy to play d5 because I can, for example, if you play a random move, and after rook e1, if you play d5, maybe I can just easily take on e5.
Yes, but maybe we might see again a position where you're pawn down, but
yes, but
have some compensation, right?
Yes, and if black plays slowly and don't play d5 after, for example, play some random move, and as you said, Alik, after white play d4, I really like the position for white.
Yes, if white manages to play d4, then it should be very, very good here for white. And however, black also sometimes still can try and play. So for instance, we can play bishop e6, bishop c2. I think d5, for instance, here black could consider playing d5, but
yes.
But there is knight takes e5, I think, which might be an issue.
Yes.
And after d4, white gets, I think, a very good position. A pair of bishops, the position will, well, maybe not a pair of bishops, but if you, for instance, go to bishop d6, then I will
bishop
take
d6.
And maybe f4
yes,
and e5. It's a very, very strong center. Yes.
Yes. Maybe it's not lose for black.
Not winning, but we'll just run over, right? f5, f6 next moves, and it will be not ideal for black.
Yes.
So for this reason, black might want to go back to a7 with the bishop, preventing knight takes on e5, and after rook e1. Black can, for instance, play rook e8.
Yes, I like this move because after, for example, maybe you play knight f1, I can play d5
exactly.
and take with bishop.
And this is something that we might see maybe something similar to this. Lei Tingjie played rook e1, and here I wanted to say that here, although all the ideas are kind of the same, right? But the exact move order is very important.
Yes.
Right? Would you agree?
I agree. Because we all know a lot of things in the Italian variation. I think we have some same ideas.
Yes, and the point absolutely. I think so. For instance, if we start with rook e1, so maybe our final idea is the same, right? To play
yes.
knight d2 f1, maybe. But here, we kind of, I think, want to play d4 right away, right?
Yes. So if the if rook e1, I can play for black. You have to consider d4 is good or not here. And for example, you play bishop a7, or you made a move that shows I have already think about d4. You cannot play d4. Then I just play knight d2, knight f1. It's the same for white.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So rook e1 give black to think more.
But what about bishop g4 here? Is this an idea at all, or are we not afraid of it with white? Because I have to tell you that whenever I play with white here, I don't like black bishop being on g4. I never like it there.
I think here white maybe have a knight d2, knight f1, and knight g3, then h3. Maybe this is a plan.
This is.
But as we know, after knight g3, black can play knight h5. There is some counterplay for black. So after bishop g4, white should play very correctly, I think, because for example, you play knight d2. Let's just say black play some normal moves. After knight g3, knight h5. Here, for example, here h3 is not a good move, because knight g3 and take, I can take on g4. I have this.
Yes, and this the pin is very important here.
Yes, and if you cannot play h3, you have to take on h5, then bishop h5. I will say black. I will say black may be better in this position, because you cannot get away from the pin. So for white, bishop g4 is really a move that you need to think about it correctly. But I think Lei must know how to play after bishop g4.
Yes, actually, bishop g4 is not by far not the main move. Actually, nobody even played it in this position, which is interesting. According to my database, at least, there was an interesting move though that was tried by Levon Aronyan. He played king h8 here in this position.
Yes, we all know Levon Aronyan is a very active player.
He's extremely active, and he has many great ideas.
Yes, I like his talent in chess. He always plays some moves that maybe not introduced by computer, but he has some good plans.
Good, yeah, he has very interesting ideas. And for instance, king h8, the idea is that he will play then h6, after h3. He played against Alexander Grishuk. It was 3 years ago in Rapido, though. And after h3, h6, suddenly knight d2, black plays g5.
Wow.
And this king on h8 is very well placed for this kind of idea of playing h6, g5. The rook will go at some point. So the game continued knight f1, g4, h takes, knight takes g4. It forced white to play bishop e3,
yes.
Knight takes e3, queen e3, knight e3, queen f6, knight h2, the queen went to g6, and here they repeated, they agreed the draw by repetition, but it was still quite interesting, quite an interesting idea.
Yes, I think if white has to play knight h2 and knight f3 to ask a draw for black, it means black has a great success on the opening.
Absolutely, I agree. But the main move, it should be said that the main move here is still h6, which makes a lot of sense because, for instance, after h3, you can still choose to play king h8 here, right?
Yes.
Or you can do other stuff. So here after h6, and this position, as we said, white can get, there are many transpositions here, right? So we can reach this by playing, for instance, this line after h3, we can reach it by first playing h3, then rook e1, or by first playing rook e1, h3, or by first playing rook e1, then bishop b3. There are many transpositions, and for that, the players need to know exactly And it can be very confusing. Right?
Yes, very confusing.
Because you get all the ideas are the same, but there are, as you just explained, some of those nuances and differences, and there are many, many, many more. So,
for example, we can
yes.
show some. For example, if we don't play, if for example, if here black play rook e8, if we play rook or maybe we if black play bishop a7, this is one of the move that we in our whole plan. And if white play knight b d2 here, I think you will be careful about knight g4 for black. This is always a line. And rook e2, black can play king h8 and h3. Sometimes even f5 is possible here. Sometimes.
Oh.
Okay, but maybe we just show the normal line: knight h6, knight f1, and f5. Maybe white can take on h6, but it's a very unclear position. With okay, I opened my king and give a very ugly pawn style, but I have two bishops, pair of bishops to attack on king side and really attacking pawn style on the king side.
Absolutely, this is very sharp, and this actually goes to show you that if you don't play h6, so not playing h6 immediately might have a point of keeping this h6 square for the knight, right?
Yes.
So this is a position. It looks calm, but it is full of those little tiny nuances that can make a difference between a very comfortable game and a very difficult
Sharp
position.
game,
Right?
yes.
And we have a move. Ju Wenjun played bishop a7. That's a move we haven't discussed, but it is there in the position. It is one of the moves, one of the possible moves.
Yes, and which I I said it. It's bishop a7, knight b d2. White black can play knight g4.
Yes, exactly. Yes. So that's what you should. And for this reason, I think the main move by white is still to play h3, right? And
yes, and actually, Lei responded very quickly
with h3.
With
So
h3.
maybe now. For the viewers, we can say that although both players spent more than 10 minutes each, right? Each spent something like 15 minutes so far on the first 9 moves. But it's not that they don't know this position. Of course,
Yes,
they know know it very well, but they take the time as they should, I think, right?
Yes.
To make sure they don't mix up stuff, because every opponent's action leads to a different reaction on your part. So, but h3 and h3 is obviously, as you said, she played it very fast. Lei Tingjie played it very fast, preventing the idea of knight g4. And here we should expect. Actually, black has many moves here, right?
Yes.
Basically both h6 with again various transpositions and knight e7 have been played quite a few times each. And if we take a look, for instance, in a game between Wesley So and Alexander Grishuk, which reached the same position, black played h6 here. And after knight d2, bishop e6, bishop c2, rook e8, yes, and it kind of transposes again, yes. And now, as we said already, black does want to play d5, and it's exactly what happened. Knight f1, d5, e d5, bishop d5. And I have to tell you, when I used to play this line as white, I didn't like this too much to get to allow black to play d5 and to get this position, because you somehow feel that black all black pieces look very well
Yes. Why should I
developed.
play white and in a space and a black is in a space advantage?
Exactly, absolutely. So, of course, it's a bit superficial to look at it like this, and the players are prepared to much. The preparation goes much deeper, right, than just get here. But as we already established, I was very lazy, right? So, I didn't have all this analyzed and to depth. And of course, when I was very active, the level of preparation was so much different. I remember still, maybe not all of the viewers even know what it is. There was a chess informant in Yugoslavian chess informant.
Yes,
we would buy those books. They would come out, I think, 3 or 4 times a year.
Yes.
And you would go over all the games, and you would see some short line by player, some analysis, and then he would go plus equal or plus. I love this evaluation unclear. You know, the sign
yes,
of infinity, unclear. I love this because it means. Back then, I loved it because I thought it means okay, you can play, and whoever is better plays, you wins. But nowadays, I think you cannot allow yourself to get into this unclear. You have to know what it is, right?
Yeah, you have to know what after the unclear position.
And the computers really made this all those assessments disappear because. Now, thinking back, I think it was a little bit naive to do all those assessments that you would go and say, okay, this is unclear.
Yes.
Nowadays, you just look at the computer and it becomes very clear what's going on, right? So
actually, in this position, I have a very interesting experience.
Okay,
to play with white, and I play this with blitz to one of my friend who is also very also a grandmaster in chess, and once he played bishop a7 and just this position, and he played knight d5 and knight g3.
Wait, why can't white take on e5?
Here I cannot take on e5. It is a trap. You can take, and bishop f2.
And king takes f2?
And queen f6.
There you go. The fork and the black is an exchange up after this, right?
Yes, and the knight g3 here. You can find it in opening books or database. There are a lot of players to play this position. And he played queen d6, and I played knight h4, queen d8. It is the best move here, actually. And sorry, maybe he played queen e7, I think. And I played I played the queen h5. And the first game we played is he rook a d8, d4, knight f4. And here I want to show e takes d4 is not possible because white can play bishop h6.
Wow.
And after you take, it's just winning for white. Because here, if you play knight f6, I can play knight h5.
Beautiful.
A very beautiful line. And play the knight f4 and take. I play the knight f1, and actually this is a line. This is an opening line, and after rook d5, I play the queen d5. Actually, I play the queen f3 here, and he cannot play queen h4. I can play queen d5.
Oh, this is beautiful.
Yes, after take, I can checkmate. And after queen f3, the game goes along, and I don't want to show this, and I win the first game. Okay, and then we finished today, and we go back home, and maybe 1 week later or maybe 2 weeks later we met again, and he improves a very tiny things in the position. I don't know
Wow, this is-
the really maybe he played bishop e6 first or rook e8 first, but this is not the really important thing here. We just show the position. He played bishop b6
Yeah,
instead
I wanted
of
to ask
bishop
you,
a6.
is this an important difference?
Yes, this is very important. And after this game, he teaches me a good lesson. You play d5, I take. I play knight g3. I think, well, you
It looks
lost
the
the
same,
game.
yes?
Yes, and you lost the last game. Let's try it again. And he played queen d6, knight h4, queen e7. Here, actually, queen d8 is also a good move. You can try it if you want. And queen e7, I played queen h5. Here, he played a4, which is prepared.
Oh.
And I think that's not because I know after d4.
Let me guess.
Yes.
Rook a5.
Yes.
Wow.
Rook a5. Yeah.
Now this is beautiful. This is a beautiful idea.
Yes. I like that means you are really good at playing
Well,
Italian.
no, but because you said it, it makes sense because you gave me a hint, you know,
Yes.
playing in the game. But this is wow. This is very deep. This is a very
Very
line.
deep, yes, analyze. And I played knight f1 as usual. I think because I know after knight f3 I blocked your bishop, and even knight f5 maybe is possible. And as we all know, after you said it, I think maybe in the third match, Ju Wenjun played f6 to block white's
Yes.
black,
Yes.
black square bishop. And here I blocked your bishop. I think I'm better. But after rook a5, I just lost my knight.
Oh, there's just the knight is hanging. So the queen must move, and there the knight will be hanging. And what happens if we play knight f5? Is this a move?
I think I played the knight f5 maybe, and
But
queen f6 just easily.
Suddenly the pieces are getting stuck there. Yes.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes, I cannot remember what I suffered in the game, but I know I lost it. And then he told me rook a4, rook a5.
That's the point of
point
bishop
of
b6.
Yes.
A very deep analysis. This goes to show you, guys at home, how deep nowadays grandmasters analyze their games in order to outsmart each other, even at
Yes.
home. Yes, and you know, you were showing me. So these lines of the opening the center a little bit and then pushing. Let's go. So in those positions, after bishop a7, h3, yes, knight goes here. So this kind of after queen h5, you know, this line kind of reminds me of a position where between Garry Kasparov and Anatoly Karpov, there was this game
I
in their
know.
World Championship match.
Yes.
And I just recently saw Kasparov explain his thoughts, and it was very interesting to see how he sees this kind of positions.
Yes.
So he was basically saying, okay, look at this. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pieces in the attack, and you have 3 pieces in the attack. And it was very different, but somehow a bit similar, because the knight was on g4, and at some point he sacrificed the knight on h6.
Yes. He could sacrifice the queen
And then at the end he sacrificed the
Yes.
king. If you hadn't seen this game, it was a 1990 match, I think, in their
Yes.
1990 match. And there is even a very nice video on YouTube with Kasparov's analysis about it.
Actually,
So-
I think there is a movie. I really cannot remember which movie, but the actors are from India. I remember.
Oh,
a
yeah?
movie about a movie that there happens to see the see this game. This is not only a chess movie. There's a lot of sports in this this movie. Maybe you can, the fans, you know this movie, you can show it.
Yeah, tell us in the chat about this. So basically, what I wanted to, my point here was that, so he says, okay, so I sacrificed on h6, and I knew it's good. Why? Because, okay, I have one piece attacking, I destroy one piece, although it's a pawn, but I destroy one piece, and now we had, for instance, I had 7 against 5, but now I have 6 against 4, or 5 against 3, which is much better for me because I still have many pieces, but you have one piece less out of much less pieces. So it was extremely interesting how Kasparov, a player of his caliber, approaches such positions. So you kind of get to think outside the box, right? So you don't count this is worth 3 pawns and this is just 1 pawn. This is a defender, this is an attacker, you know, and then just break through.
And this is why he always plays some beautiful games to us.
Absolutely, yes.
He has more thinking about chess, I think.
Yeah, like a player of huge caliber and such. You know, I heard Grishuk say in some interview lately that he kind of that the youngsters who only played Kasparov when he was approaching his 60, being 60 years old, they never played the Kasparov who would just run over you with this sheer energy of his. You know, he says they are lucky they never experienced it because he has, and it's a whole different. At least those players who played him once one-on-one. I actually played against him 2 times in simultaneous exhibitions.
Wow.
Yeah, I was lucky. One time it was even a draw, but I got chickened a little bit because he blundered the pawn, and it was and we got into some endgame, which I could have played for a win, and I was better, but I got really, you know, he offered a draw, and I of course agreed. Like he didn't even have time to.
I think it's no hesitation to take the.
Yes, but and the first game we played, he really outplayed me in end game.
Yeah.
And it was quite an experience.
Yes.
Should we see that Lei Tingjie is spending some time in this?
Yes. Although we saw Lei Tingjie is, I think Ju Wenjun manages to play well in the opening today.
It seems that players are probably well familiar with the ideas here.
Of course.
But maybe kind of already kind of improvising over. Still think they're in the book and trying to remember stuff.
I think she nowadays when I in Italian, I will see knight for here. I will know here 4 moves that I can play, but I will try to play knight bd2 this line here, or I will ask myself, well, what should I play? Knight bd2 and d4 for 2 different kind of positions, and also I have to choose.
Yeah, this is a very good point. Feel, what do you want to play today, right? Because different
situation.
Some positions, right, might fit well or better. This is a very, very good point that you bring here. She did. Don't see. Wait.
The live one. Ah, she played the d4 here.
She played d4. This is a thought. I think the first thought I'm getting d4 taken some night before. Maybe I'm probably not a good idea. No, what happened? So, say it's white's most important battle, right? If we play e5, all those attacks and sacrifices they will kind of lose the sting.
A lot of exchange it is yes, it's so exchange it is not time waste black.
I agree with that totally. Another thing that black can do here is to, and it's the is because somehow if is a threat, right?
Yes.
White is threatening to win the piece, and if we are talking about this position,
yes,
it takes d4. Else do you want to play?
I think I would, because if I'm as you Alik before, the 2 pawns, one of them goes the after e5, the d4 pawn is a weak. The black will play knight e4. This is always see this position Italian variation, and take bishop d5. We really take the d4. Sometimes, if for example, if I play queen d7, for example, and I play also have bishop d5, because after sometimes I can take on e5.
Ah, this is important. Yes.
So hanging.
A little what we had in the previous game, right? The bishop is very strong. The light square bishop.
Yeah. And actually, is better than the last position.
But actually, we have a few. These
D4?
are important moves. What happened?
After bishop. Yeah.
Knight on d4.
Yes. And Lei played very quickly. She knows this line.
She took some time before she played d4. She obviously something in for when takes d4. It's not a new game. There was some top players once by Mads Andersen at 25. Well, by Mads Andersen at 25.70 ELO rating. He and after night complete developing his pieces. Rook e8, knight d2. Yeah, and that game d4, cd4, bishop went to should be there.
Yes, this
So
should
it
be the
feels
bad
that
move.
black maybe didn't play.
I think black.
D4 and black played knight before, and the other two, black did play d5 as we
Yes.
considered. So after knight takes d4, basically both players, and Ju Wenjun actually played quite fastly. She played bishop d7, which is the normal move. I think
Yes,
here.
I think
This
so.
is, almost automatic. I would also expect bishop e3 to be played quite fast, because really this is the most natural way for white to proceed.
Yes. So, I think if white don't go bishop e3, the only move I can consider now is to play f4. But I would not let myself to play this risky move.
Yeah, maybe in some other, if the pieces are not yours, you can try to play f4.
Yes.
Yes. But if it's your own game, you probably don't want to play f4. Especially with this, with the
Yes.
bishop on a7,
On
yes,
a7,
it feels a bit awkward. Or at least, you know, I would want to have my bishop first on e3, and then maybe.
Maybe f4.
I think another thing that we should consider here is that if we don't play bishop e3 now, then after rook e8 it will be difficult to play bishop e3, right?
Yes, of course. Like as you said, bishop e3, rook e8. I can play knight d2. It's not. It's the game Anderson played.
Yes, and it's important that we are in time to
Yes,
protect the
just
pawn on
in
e4.
time.
Okay, so and Ju Wenjun left the table. The time situation is really quite equal for both players, and the bar says that white has actually one of the biggest advantages in the match so far.
Yes.
Half a pawn advantage. We haven't seen much of that up until now.
And actually, I thought I also difficult to see 0.5 advantage in the Italian Open.
This is true.
Yes.
This is true.
So maybe I don't know, but seems the action for two players. I think both players are indeed for Ju Wenjun. I think she seems very confident.
Yes,
Today.
yes. She doesn't seem to be too concerned. Of course, the players don't really care about the bar because they don't see the
Yeah.
bar, they don't know the bar. But when you analyze those positions, you look at stuff like that, of course. And let's think how black. What's black plan here? So I think bishop e3 is the move, right?
It's on the board.
It's actually on the board. It makes a lot of sense. Rook e8, I think, is also almost very natural.
Yeah, very
right?
natural move. Yes.
So I would probably make this move, and then we could expect knight d2 to be
d2.
played.
And here, can I play d5?
Yeah,
This is a
I was
question.
expecting you to suggest something like that.
Seems the
And
bar doesn't
and
like
as
it.
you can see, the bar doesn't like it, and maybe and there is this tactical justification. So the point is that after a bishop
C6.
knight c6, we take on a7, and we probably play e5.
Yes, here knight e4 is impossible.
If knight e4, then because the rook is on a7, right? We
Yes.
can take here, and this is. Or we don't take even, yes? The bar doesn't like to take. Just,
Yeah,
of
just
course.
the bishop
Just take immediately. That's the point. Because you still cannot take on d1 and take on e5 for the reason of bishop h7 check.
Yes.
Winning the exchange, and with it probably the game. And if not knight e4, then where do you go?
Then it's better for white, I
It's
think.
maybe it's even better is even an understatement, right? Because We just
Yes, queen G.
launch an attack.
You cannot take. I have queen d4. It's the
Look at this this beautiful geometry, right? The queen goes. It looks as if the queen goes to attack the king side, but then it's also defends very shrewdly defends the pawn on e4 on e5. So, of course, I don't think that Ju Wenjun will fall into this.
yes.
But this explains what are Black's dangers in the position, right?
Yes, because here if you don't play d5,
Introducing some new ideas is
Yes.
so great.
actually, you know, in the World Championship match, Men One Championship match, Nipple played a game with Black against Ding Liren. It is like this line. Can I show it?
Yes.
I don't remember which round it is, but I remember it's a game like this. Maybe I got the wrong moves, but it goes to the correct position. And d4, and I think he played bishop b4 takes, and queen f3. And take bishop c5. I think there is a game like this. And king f8 and bishop f4. There's a game.
Yes, it
and,
was.
and you know what the bishop c5 line is played by a very lower rated player
I
against
saw.
Nibble with black.
And it gave him the idea.
Yes, Nibble played white against a very lower rated player, maybe 2,200, I think, in a blitz game. And the player played bishop c5 and got the advantage with black against Nibble. And then Nibble played with black against Ding Liren in the World Championship match. So the lower rated player finds the novelty, which shows on the World Championship match.
Yes.
Yes, so it's a very big success for the player.
For
Maybe
the player.
Highlight.
And chapeau for Nepomniachtchi, right? That took this idea, thought about it, and maybe improved and analyzed and
yes,
everything.
improved something.
And he took Ding by big surprise, of course.
Yes.
He was spending a lot of time here out of the opening.
And Nipple draws it easily in this
right.
game.
So it was important. This is a very good point that you bring.
Yes.
You know, I'm a little bit surprised that Ju Wenjun is spending some time here. Well, not here, not at the live position. What are Black's options here? Let's.
Like now I'm looking at this position. I would like to think about what you said before. The tiny difference in Italian Open gives totally different position.
Yes.
Maybe bishop on b6 or maybe pawn on a6 in the position changes a lot.
Yes, exactly. It could be a completely different game. Maybe not clear immediately why, but in some lines, yes, it can be very important.
Because you know, what I thought is, if my pawn is on a6, if I play a6 instead of a5 before, maybe I will go rook e8, knight d2, and b5. It will be a plan.
Ah, yes. we cannot really show it, but imagine that had the pawn been, had the pawn been on a6 instead of a5, black could have played b5 here, yes?
Yes. And maybe after b5, black can put some pressure on queen side, as it is usually on some right loped.
Absolutely, yes. So this is, but of course, with the pawn on a6, white would also have some other ideas in other ways. She wouldn't have to go into this line. Okay, what is our plan? Let's take try to go through the players' thoughts. Yes. Together with the players and ourselves, with the players and the viewers at home. So we are black. We, as black, we need to find the plan for the next, not just rook e8, right? For the next few moves. How are we how are we going to play? So when we start doing that, let's just imagine that we know nothing about this position.
Yes.
Okay, so the process would be similar to this. First we try to see what are the immediate threats of our opponent, right? Is she threatening anything immediate, like some ideas to sacrifice or to jump with the knight? For instance, I'm just giving you some ideas of what we might consider, right? Doesn't seem to be anything concrete.
Yes.
So then we start thinking, okay, how we want to place our pieces, right? Ideally, if you have analyzed this enough at home, you know where the pieces should go, and this saves you a lot of things, a lot of time during the game. And this is actually, Shuk, would you agree that basically the best players, what separates the better players from the worst players, is not some superhuman powers or superhuman abilities, or that they can calculate even. Yes, of course, the calculation is very important, and the better the player is, the better he or she calculates. But I would actually say that, so for instance, a 21 or 2200 player can beat a 2700 player, and we see that happen. And I think that it can happen when the 22 player gets a position that he or she knows very well.
Yes, I totally agree with you.
Yes, they know the plans, they know where the pieces should go, and then they calculate in the right direction. And if it happens that the 27 player doesn't know this position well, they hadn't analyzed it, or maybe even if he or she does know that position, that can catch a bad day or something. Yes. But then it's all of a sudden you can see sometimes players, even Magnus Carlsen, losing to 24 or 2300 players because he plays a position he's not very familiar with. The other player is familiar. And then it's not a 500-point difference anymore, right? Maybe it still is a difference into his favor, into Magnus's favor, but not that bigger. Sometimes it can even be reversed, and the lower-rated player in this specific position, he can play it better. Yeah. So my point basically was a long point, but bear with me for a second. So the more the higher later, the stronger players just know the universe of the positions that they have analyzed, that they know is much bigger, and it gets bigger because they work a lot on chess. And then when they come to this position, which we try to understand now, they know where the pieces go. And this, for instance, it shows that I don't know this position, and I was suggested rook e8, and Ju Wenjun did not play rook e8 because she knows that the knight should go to e5.
Yes.
We'll try to understand why. Why is that important? and it's more important, and the rook maybe is important to be kept on f8. Just an idea, maybe she doesn't even want to play it rook e8, or maybe she wants to keep the e square, the 8 square for the other rook. I don't know.
I think one of the reason of she don't play rook e8 is to save a move, because rook e8 will meet by knight d2, and after knight d2 you play the knight e5. I can play f4. You cannot play knight c4.
Ah, okay. Well, this is a great example.
So, Alik, as you said it before, I want to say every chess player will be good at at least one of the openings or position,
yes,
and be the expert in it. So maybe the higher rated players will find it. Because we can see everyone's games in the chess base, and they will find okay, maybe you are good at this position and you are not good at this position. Maybe the higher rated players also not good at this position, but I will make both of us to play this, and I have more middle game and end game skills, and I will try to beat you at the position we also
we both play badly.
Yeah, yes. So, but as you said, to be a good player, I think you need to find what you are good at.
Absolutely, absolutely agree. And actually, not only, and for instance, if we speak about this match, I'm pretty sure that a big part of it was of the preparation.
Yes.
Was devoted to finding the strong, your own, each player's own strong points and the weaknesses of her opponents.
Yes.
And of course also the strong points of the opponents, right? Because you need, that affects your decision a lot.
Yes.
Of which positions you want to play, that affects the opening choices, and this is a very strong point that you made here. Okay, so knight e5.
It's just a saves a move for black.
So knight c4 is a threat, is it? And for instance,
yes.
okay, let's say I will take the white side here. Knight goes to d2.
Yes. And I think black will never play rook e8 here.
I agree, and for this reason, yeah, she played knight e5 immediately. But f4 is still a threat, right?
Yes.
So how do we cope with it?
Actually, I want to at least consider the move c5, but I'm not sure it's good or not. For example, if I play c5, and if you play knight f5, I will be satisfied with it. I will take. Maybe the bar said it's still better for white, but I think the position is very counterplay. I will play, for example, knight c6, rook e8, and d5. It's not difficult for black to improve the position.
I agree. I totally agree. Yes, it looks.
Yes, but I want to say it back. I still want my pawn on a6.
Well, sorry about that. Pawns do not move backwards, and you should have thought about it on move 5 or whenever it was played there.
Yes, and another point for me is if I play c5, you move your knight back. Maybe I will try to play b5 immediately to make some counterplay on the queen side, because d6 pawn is really a big weakness. I think if I cannot keep to play some pressure on the queen side, it will be a long time weakness for black. So I need to make some counterplay on queen side. This is what I sort of the position. If you play knight d2, I will play c5. But I see c5, the bar laughs at me.
Well, maybe there is a specific justification for this. The bar says, the computer says knight 4 to f3, and the point is that, so we don't play knight f5 right away, and we use the weakening of d6 and d5 squares might be important here. For example, well, here the computer suggests a4 to make use, because you said a5 doesn't, you don't like a5, so at least it tries to make sense of this a5 move by capturing some space on the queen side. But the problem is here that if white manages to take on e5, then I think this bishop on the dark square bishop will be very poorly placed, whereas the knight on c4 for instance, attacking e5, and then the knight will go to d6. It might, according to the computer, it's an advantage. It's a pleasant advantage for white.
Yes.
And if you don't allow to take, for instance, if you want to take yourself on, for instance, if you or you prevent or you protect the bishop, the knight on e5, then white still has this tactical justification, because you cannot take on e5, knight c4, and we are winning. But you know, before the players we just ended the opening, side of the opening part of the game, and maybe now it's a good time to relive the very exciting action that took place in round 4, because the game was really exciting, and especially at the end of it. You remember we were screaming here in the studio. So let's take a look at the last games, in the last game's recap. Be with you after that. Hi, and welcome to the recap of Game 4 of the World Championship match between Ju Wenjun and Lei Tingjie. Today we had an exciting game, although it ended in a draw, but the emotions were high, and Ju Wenjun was very close to scoring the first victory in this match. It all started quite promising for Lei Tingjie, who played black, and after d4, d5, and the Queen's Gambit, she surprised her opponent with the opting for Queen's Gambit accepted, and Ju Wenjun went for the most aggressive e4 line as opposed to e3. But Lei Tingjie was extremely prepared once again. She's showing very great preparation so far. This is all been tested before, also on highest levels in the chess world. And the first surprise novelty of the game came here when Lei Tingjie played h6, preventing white from the knight from jumping to g5, attacking the king side. And by this time, after a few moves later, here black sacrificed the pawn. As we see many times in this match, already a third time, that Lei Tingjie goes for a pawn sacrifice for a long-term initiative. And this proves to be a very sound strategy by the challenger. At this point, she was already 40 minutes ahead on the clock. At this point, she had 1 hour 35 minutes on her clock, whereas Ju Wenjun had only less than 50 minutes left on her clock. And here, but still, the world champion, after a long thought, decided not to repeat moves with bishop e3 here. And here, after knight d5, she decided not to repeat move with the bishop d2, but went for bishop c1. Not a very trivial decision by her, because white, although white does have an extra pawn, black's pieces are extremely well positioned. The pawn on d4 is weak and it's targeted. All black pieces are very well positioned, whereas white is lacking any good, any concrete plan. But still, Ju Wenjun decided to continue to play, and it almost paid off. Rook a8, after the rook exchanges, black placed her pieces as ideally as possible. And now after queen b8, it looked as black is actually taking over the game, although being a pawn down. Rook is going to, the queen is going to play to go to b6. The rook is going to go to a8. But here the world champion found a very, very strong move, queen a5, preventing this plan. And the point being is that without playing queen b6, black will also not have a very anything concrete to play. So this forces, basically forces black to exchange the queens, liquidating into this endgame, which again, white is a pawn up, but black has at least sufficient compensation for this pawn, because all black's pieces are extremely well coordinated. White's pawns in the center are blocked and are easy targets for black pieces. But all in all, we can say that the balance remains intact. However, both players, actually, it was a very interesting situation that we got the feeling that both players are playing for a win, are trying to exhaust their chances for a win. And here we could see that after a knight f4, g takes f4, this position is unbalanced. Black has a pair of bishops as a compensation for the pawn. But white found, and here kind of we see that both players kind of maxed out on their abilities to improve the pieces. White cannot move either of the knights, because whenever you move one knight, the black bishop will capture the other, and the pawn on d4 will fall with a better position for black. So it was we had the feeling that both players ran out of improving moves, and Ju Wenjun played king f1. Lei Tingjie played king f8, which are actually the best moves. As many of the moves the players made, they are following the top 2-3 lines of the computer suggestion. And here, knight c3, knight a2 is a very important resource. The knight on c3 was trying to get a grip of the position. White was threatening here to play bishop c4, transferring the knight to e2 and then to f4. Therefore, it's very important to exchange this knight, which Lei Tingjie brilliantly does and spots this positional importance of exchanging this knight. And now Ju Wenjun is transferring the other knight to attack the pawn on f4, leaving the pawn on b3 unattended. And this exchange of pawns created a very interesting unbalanced position where black has a pair of bishops and a passed pawn, but white has an extra pawn of her own, which kind of balance each other, but the game is not easy to play. And here, one move before the time control, black actually made the only serious mistake in the game, which cannot even be called a mistake. she missed the tempo with bishop a3. Instead, she would be better to start pushing the pawn on b5, as it would this tempo would prove to be very crucial compared to the game down the road. However, Lei Tingjie played bishop a3, and now after d5, e takes d5, knight takes d5. She played bishop c5. It looked as if she's trying to play for a win here, and it actually does look on general principles. It does look very promising for black because of the very strong bishop pair and the far past pawn on the b file. However, the problem of black's position here is the weak king on f8 and the mating nets. After Ju Wenjun played a knight f6, there are many mating ideas. For instance, if black plays b5 here, there is a very strong bishop f3 idea, and if bishop takes f3, rook d8, and the king is mated either on e7 or on g7. Hadn't black missed this move, this tempo with bishop a3, black pawn would already be on b5, and she would have been able to play the pawn to b4, which would be a tremendous difference because the pawn is much closer to promotion, which would force white to take a lot more care. However, in this game, in this position, Lei Tingjie found the best way to defend. She put the rook on the second rank, and it's still the position still remains quite balanced. And now rook b4, very strong maneuver, forcing g3, and then going to back to the third rank, attacking the pawns again. You can see that the white king is cut off due to those strong bishop pair. Ju Wenjun had nothing else but to exchange the bishops and go into an opposite color bishop ending, which seemed to be as should be drawn. It is drawn, but is far more tricky than it seems in the first place, in the first sight. And Ju Wenjun found extremely good practical chances to pose problems for her opponent. And it should be said that Lei Tingjie was down to her last 2-3 minutes at this point, which made the task of defending the position much more difficult for her. Rook e3 is a very good move, keeping an eye on e5, preventing the pawn from advancing to e5, but it is clear that black has to play precisely, which is very hard to do with minutes on the clock. Rook e7, bishop e7 is still a good move. f6 is a very committal move. Actually, white had a very interesting opportunity here to play bishop h5. The idea being that on f takes e5, white goes f5, and you cannot prevent white from playing f6, winning the bishop, and with it the game. Therefore, black cannot play f takes e5. Black would have to go f5 herself, and this might have been the best chance for white to win. Instead, Lei Tingjie Ju Wenjun played e6 here, and after h5, bishop f5, h4, bishop g4, black had the best way for black to defend here was to play rook. She checked on g3, which is a slight miscalculation. It was better to keep the rook, to keep the pawn protected, not giving checks, because after rook g3, bishop c5 check, king f1, it's very difficult to see that the difference. King e2 was the better way to play by white. The threat is rook f7. Black would have to retreat back to e7. Now white plays f5, attacking the pawn on b6, and the point being that now after rook b3 protecting the pawn, white would go king d2, threatening rook b8 and rook e8, and black does not have a good defense against this, as opposed to the game, which was very similar, but the difference being that now black has an extra tempo, and due to this tempo, black manages to put the pawn on b4, which is protected by the bishop, freeing the rook to run across the third rank. And now a very, very critical, with 1 minute on the clock, Lei Tingjie had to dodge the bullet with and avoid playing bishop c5, because now after e7, the point is that rook e3 loses to rook c8 and the bishop is getting lost. However, after she correctly spotted bishop d6, the point is that now with the bishop on f4, rook goes to e3 and it is a draw. Ju Wenjun was trying to find another opportunities to try for a win, but being short on time herself, she eventually decided to call it a day, and all in all, a very exciting draw. But the score is still level, 2 points each. Tomorrow is a free day, and we will be back with round 5 and of this very exciting and high quality match. Stay tuned. Game 4 of the World Championship match between Ju Wenjun and Lei Tingjie ended in a spectacular draw. Down to her last minute, Lei Tingjie managed to save the game in a very tricky position, despite all the attempts by Ju Wenjun. A fantastic battle.
对于我来说，尤其是这2盘棋，然后可能下的会艰难一点。我觉得我对手这2盘下的不错，我觉得他应该要出击了。只是说结果看上去很平稳，但是我觉得其实已经战斗起来了。
Welcome back, everybody. We have a surprise, a very special guest for you. Ms. Dana Riznice-Ozola, the chair of management board of FIDE. But here we ask you, Dana, first of all, hi and welcome to...
Hello there, spectators.
But here we asked you in the capacity of a
chess player,
of a grandmaster, to help us navigate through this exciting match. But first of all, I would love to hear your impressions so far.
About the match itself. Two ladies have been playing, I think, a very spectacular chess. Even though the draws are there, I mean, all 4 games have finished undecisively, it doesn't mean that it's boring, yes? There's a lot of dynamics and pressure and some good chances to one or the other players as well. So for us here, it's very exciting. I hope that to those who follow the games on the other side of the screen, it's more or less the same, even though they do not feel the tension that is here. Yes, you could see that, you know, even the playing hall is quite big. The air in there is tense, which is a natural feature of the World Chess Championship match. Yes, it's not only about those things and those developments on the chessboard, but also outside it. Yes, the whole psychology and emotional state of the play of the players actually matter.
Absolutely. And speaking of the emotions, I hope the players couldn't hear us yesterday. The last game, we were screaming here in the studio when Lei Tingjie played this bishop d6 move. Was
the only one, yes. So it's interesting. I don't know if you noticed, but there are some commentaries, yes, on the social media. People follow the games and they're writing the comments like, oh, they're playing really the man's game. And I'm like, oh no, they're playing a dynamic, a very strong women chess. Yes.
Actually, yeah, I think
no, but
those
the quality of the
are
games is actually very good, yes.
Absolutely.
And you can see that they keep the tension high. And of course, there are probably some missed opportunities, like in the last game. Probably Ju Wenjun might have been trying to win the game with bishop h5 instead of e6, yes, but okay, it's easy to judge when you sit somewhere in the couch and
But actually, it's I'm quite impressed that with all the tasks that you have here, you still manage to closely follow the analysis of the games. And
I'm trying to, yes.
And
I'm a chess player, by the way, yes.
First and foremost, yes. But actually, this bishop h5 move, it's quite interesting that you mentioned it. We can maybe even go back, and if we can see the board, we can go back here. And one of the things that we use the computer evaluation to help us not miss stuff, and I think and our viewers love it, to see this bar jumping up and down. Although, as you said, in this match, there have been no bar jumps at all.
No serious mistakes by either of the parties, right?
Absolutely. And so here, even after bishop h5, the computer, as you can see, the bar is absolutely unimpressed.
Yes, I mean, and we were actually analyzing with the colleagues the whole night through, We still have some jet lag effect that gives us the opportunity to analyze a little bit. So, yeah, the computer, as you say, is not impressed a lot, and probably that's because of some in-depth analysis that shows the way of defending. But actually, if you think that it's not two computers playing, but the human beings, so I think it's very difficult actually for the black to defend the position, yes. So now I guess, if you take f6 takes e5, then the idea is to promote f5, yes, so with the idea f6, and the bishop is trapped.
Absolutely.
Yeah? So as far as I understand, remember that we were discussing that, okay, instead of taking f5, might be the defending move, yes?
Right.
The computer
is just laughing at us.
Is it so natural, yes?
Absolutely not. And that's what I wanted to say. Because we have the bar here, it's, it's for us here in the studio, it's often quite difficult to look at it without with fresh eyes, without the bar.
So we were watching it without the computer's assistance. So f5 was kind of okay.
Yeah, and I get it.
So because naturally now you should understand what happens after rook takes b6.
Because it looks lost,
attacking on h6,
right?
yes. And then I think it was bishop h4, yes. So trying to box or frame the white king. Takes, king g7. Okay, check, probably check, yes, on g6, king h7, rook.
Let's go away,
yes. And now threatening on g6, but then, what is it, I think?
The computer says it's just, you go here, and...
probably king h2, and what is it?
Rook e3, it holds, I think the main
and I want to take the f4 pawn, yes?
Yes.
And then, I'm taking f4 pawn, you take an f5, and then white promotes the e pawn, black sacrifice the bishop, and then there's some strange position, yes. You still need to see from the distance that the corner is not the correct one, yes, the white squared bishop and the h pawn that is the black square, yes. So, but for the ladies and for the men, I mean, for the Grandmaster playing already 4 hours, being tired, this is kind of challenge.
It's not trivial at all. And we really, for those of us who see that computer evaluation and answering those who say that it's a boring game, right? It's anything but boring here, right?
Resources, wow.
Absolutely.
It's just, such a beauty. Checking your Endgame skills.
And you know, I
Intuition,
have a
yes.
confession actually. Yesterday, at some point, our program froze here, and we didn't have a
So
computer.
you had to rely on your own.
Yes, and I was
on your own.
and I was completely lost because I said I don't know if it's a draw, if it's lost. You know, and it feels extremely dangerous for black. And just add to that Lei had to defend it with a minute on the clock.
Yes, time is a factor in chess. Yes, so it is also very important to understand that, you know, chess is a game that teaches you to take the decisions very well. You know, you analyze, you try to calculate, try to estimate the position, but then you need to make the move to take the decision because time is running. Yes, and yes, as you say, quite often, you know, in such complex games, if you had a lot of time, you would just calculate and probably figure it out. But when you have this tension, when the time is running out, people tend to make the mistakes. Yes, but the mistake is the mother of the beauty. Yes, so we actually that's one of the factors of the elements in the sportive competition. Yes, that. You know, you have to deal with your tension, with stress, with the nerves, with the pressure that the limits of the time create. So it would, in the practical game, after the bishop h5, probably it would have been very
It would be
difficult.
extremely difficult.
Although I understand that a human being e6 also seems to be.
But actually, yeah, exactly.
just-
And I would also argue that to play bishop h5, you have to see this line, and you have to see, it's not trivial. That,
not at all.
Black has no defense against f6. So it works both sides, right? Not just for black it was difficult, also for white it's not
Of course.
an easy decision.
Of course. Do we go back to the
Let's go back to
yes?
today's game. We spent, and today I don't know. Oh, we have
there's
some
dynamics
development
already. Yes.
So we left the game here, and Shu actually predicted this c5 would happen, knight 4 f3, and Ju Wenjun played.
Bishop c6, yes. I was just wondering what would happen after knight g6. In general, what is your opinion? I think it was not too ambitious, the choice of the opening for the white, no?
Yeah, we were just talking about it. Back in my days when I played professionally, this Italian was considered to be
Very boring, yes.
boring and more an opening of the lazy, right? You don't want to study the lines in Rui Lopez after bishop b5,
Yes,
so
yes.
you go to bishop c4. But now
It's coming back, yes.
It's coming back because we have exhausted
We
all the
made around,
ideas,
yes.
like fashion.
The
kind
fashion,
of,
yes, it's also circular, yes.
Absolutely.
You exhaust some openings and then you come back
You
to
come
the
back,
old
you
good ones, yes.
Exactly. So, and actually, I have to tell you that the computer, I think we have the biggest advantage so far in the match. According to the computer, we have a
0 point something, yes.
0.6. This is the biggest advantage anybody has had so far in the match.
For the white player, right?
For any player.
No,
for
no,
this
here,
oh,
I
but
mean.
here, yeah, here.
Although, I mean, even though you say that it's an advantage, I mean, for the white player, it's still very dynamic, and there are no serious problems for the black one. Yes. So
Absolutely, I agree. But now, actually, the plan that Ju Wenjun chose with c5.
it's a very, how to say, not critical. Yes, it's very ambitious. Yes, if it is a responsible move to make c5, which means that you are also weakening your squares in the
Exactly.
center.
This is what
You
I
need to
thought.
understand how would you promote the d5, yes, or how you would take the control of the center.
And for this reason, bishop c6 does make a lot of sense, right?
Yeah, I was just thinking that that probably there's a sense also to consider after knight f3, knight
As
g6
you said,
with
right.
an idea to go bishop c6 afterwards, while
there might be though
knight
some
knight c4 might be, yes.
tactical issue
Bishop
with
c6?
this. And we just take on d6 and we protect e4, I think. Yes?
Mm-hmm.
Is this something possible? But this is
Not
this
really,
would not
yes.
be the first time in this match that one side is pawn down for.
Yeah, this is what I like about this match, that they do not think about the quantity rather than of the quality. I mean, they're ready to sacrifice the material for in favor of the dynamic game. Yes, so, and both sides are ready for that. Yes,
Yes,
they're not
and
cramped into the
And
pawns.
then actually, it creates you all this very interesting dynamic balance, which
disbalance. Actually,
dynamic
disbalance of the
disbalance. Exactly. Yes.
game. Because if there is a disbalance in the game, one player has the material advantage, and another one positional one, then you have bigger chances for a resultative game, right?
Absolutely. That's exactly what we spoke in the beginning of today's broadcast, and we can see, for instance, last game, that's exactly what happened. They had this
disbalance or dynamic
balance, call it however you want. But then when when Lei was a bit made a couple of, I would not even say mistakes, inaccuracies, imprecisions. White still has this extra pawn, which can become very
transferred into other advantage ways. So,
So-
but this is not what happened.
so
bishop c6?
Bishop c6, kind of forcing, I guess, knight takes e5.
And I c4?
That would be my first guess, to play knight c4, but Lei played a4. Let's see, what would happen on c4?
Because I was thinking if you exchange the queens and exchange the pawn e4 against pawn e5, I wouldn't like the pawn structure of the black. Yes, the a5, c5 somehow doesn't feel harmonic, especially with the black squared bishop on a7, yes.
Yeah, this is... You know, in my days, such a bishop would be called a donkey or something. Not
donkey, yes.
Not often donkeys, but...
because the hat is on his eyes, yes. He cannot see far.
and actually, the computer agrees with you. We have, for instance, here, the computer gives 2.5 pawns advantage to white.
I would do the same, probably instead of knight e4, bishop e4
Bishop
might be
e4
an
is
option.
probably more
Yes.
prudent, but you want to exchange as many pieces as you can. But still, even here, well, I love this move, for instance. Yes, just positionally.
Okay,
black
but you can take also on e5. I mean,
and take e5 or even take an e5. Yes.
I always prefer d4, yes. but now, I mean, this is a very comfortable game for the white pieces.
So this might be actually okay, and if not, then so our
Knight
so she started with knight a
so
with
for
a4,
preventive
yes?
move, yes. But
Was she afraid? Maybe it's too strong of a word, but maybe she didn't want to allow b5.
But anyhow, knight e5.
Knight e5 and just go back somehow.
I've got a pawn more and a better position.
As a compensation.
As a compensation, yes.
Okay, and let's try to defend then. Okay, maybe a normal move, queen e7.
Queen e7 seems to be more prudent, yes.
And
now a4?
Is knight a5 a move?
Or
now
a5?
a4? Yeah, a4 now is makes a lot of sense, unless we are blundering something here.
Are we blundering? I don't think so.
Oh, we can pretend we sacrificed.
Yes.
Here. There is, look at this.
And queen
Computer
d5,
just-
yes, of course.
And if the knight goes, then we take and get
And again,
basically the same
that we
position,
discussed
So-
already, that it's in favor of the white because of the unbalanced structure of the black pawns.
Oh, but we have quite a few more moves played. Let's see. So a4, queen e7,
And the white?
queen e2, rook d8, rook fd1, bishop b8. Lei is thinking.
Bishop e8, b8.
So Lei is postponing knight c4 for some reason. Maybe she wants to have the pawn protected, well protected on e4. Actually, after the bishop left to b8, maybe f3 and queen f2 is an idea. What do you think about it?
f3 and queen f2, I don't see much point because b6 would prevent...
Well, basically f3, the point of f3 was to protect,
e4,
and then the knight would go to c4.
But okay, knight h5, knight f4.
Yeah, this gives,
I don't know.
this gives you the counterplay.
Then suddenly my bishop from b8 starts working, you know, because it supports my knight on f4.
Absolutely. Okay, then we have to find a good move.
But what are the plans? So for the white, it's just you know, to put the knight on c4, yes, and then try to control the d file and or another alternative, knight f1, knight g3 to f5.
That's actually also very.
I know probably you're lacking some consistency with a4. You probably prepared knight c4. You know,
yeah, but we had the games in this match that a4 was the computer was after a4 was suggesting h4.
Rook is coming a3 and g3 and mating. Yes,
we can pretend this was our plan
in the
all
perspective.
day long.
In the perspective, yes. Mm-hmm.
So what would you play here? Consistency or?
Let me think. Let me think. Okay, knight f1. What happens if, or even knight c4? What you have to check the main variation that normally every player would start with. It's the forced one, right?
Exactly.
In their calculation. So what happens if the opponent plays bluntly knight and bishop b4? Yeah.
So I think the point here is that after bishop b8. We have this issue with the rook on d8, and this might be very painful.
A little tactical.
Just a little tactic, but the point being that here black is busted.
Okay.
And if not,
there's
there's
no rook d1 as well with a check. Yes, no.
There is exactly. Yes.
Because knight,
so knight
covers
is on the
your.
front, but maybe I would actually say that maybe still rook d1 is the strongest move here, because if we take. Yeah, but this is more than enough, right? I mean, just crush.
Of course.
Okay, so knight f1 and knight c4 is not the same, right? So this is the difference.
The difference is,
although the bar says
still likes
matter.
it very much, yes.
But differently, not apparently not bishop c5 anymore.
Which is still possible. Why not? It's not as comfortable as you would be willing to,
but it's still it's such a crushing
and
position.
bishop e4, yes, and hands up, or the white flag would be hanging at the black position.
Wow, actually, I must say this so far it looks like the best position anyone has had in the match so far. Out of the opening, at least.
So, but the question then is, when Ju Wenjun made the move c5, what was on her mind? She wouldn't be intentionally going to the position where she, you know.
Well, maybe she evaluates it as you know, as not that bad.
So, but what is the plan for the black player?
Okay, probably transfer the bishop to a better place. Right, play something like this. Or, for instance, you go. Where do we go? We go here. Bishop c7, then start exchanging along the d file, and claiming that okay, yes, my pawns are not so great, but if we manage, for instance, yes, if we manage to play b6, exchange a few rooks, 2-3, however.
2-3, knight g3.
Knight g3, we take, for instance, or b6. Yeah.
Now you cannot. I mean, immediately. Yes, so it's. You can, but it's still. I mean, c5 was a little bit hanging. Yes, so. Okay, knight f5.
Yeah, well, probably.
I said A. I'm continuing with
you
my
have
B.
To. You kind of
with my B. What next? I mean, I put my Kasparov's grandmother's knight on f5 and think that all is solved, but
maybe it's not that clear what next. Perhaps this is what Ju Wenjun is planning, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Maybe we need to do the same with our light square bishop to transfer it somewhere
to
better place.
c4?
For instance.
To c4?
Can we do it? But again,
We can
it
try, but
would
then on
probably
E4,
involve
no.
somehow, right? We would have to somehow defend on E4, but then, as you shrewdly pointed out, knight H5 F4 is.
I like the idea. Bishop C4, for example, Queen A8, and then E8, and then Bishop H6.
Let's show.
Coming.
Let's show. So we are pretending the bar we didn't see. Ah,
What's
but
happening?
This is the point.
And now I'm
now-
the sacrifice of
The hunter because the hunted. And
I
then
become
also-
the beast. Yes.
But let's pretend. Okay, for instance, let's pretend black does not allows us to transfer. So your point here is being.
I mean, of course. I mean that's the strength of the knight on F5. So there are some tactical opportunities. You know, always somewhere in there
Absolutely. You know,
that I would see from the distance. And
when I
hope
was
for.
young, I heard this idea that a knight on F5 is worth at least half a pawn. Have you heard about this, or maybe it was just? But it makes a lot of sense.
Yes, of course. I mean, but I like this this knight on F5. You know, I can't remember Kasparov was ready to exchange it for the grandmother or the wife's mother. There's this story. Yes, so
Probably
Kasparov's
for the
knight-
wife's mother. Yes.
Not so sure. Yes, but some silly jokes that express the strength of the knight on F5. I mean, it's an extremely dynamic position for the knight. Yes.
So, but as we saw,
But chess is a concrete game, yes.
exactly, and this
one thing is that you see some vision, yeah, but how to get there? There's usually one very narrow and precise road, yes, that you should stick to.
actually during the Ding-Nepo match, Dubov was explaining his thought process, and that's exactly what he said. He said, "Okay, I envision where I want to go.
Yes, it's the strategy, and then you work on
Just
the
have
tactics.
to make it
yes.
work." Yeah, not sometimes it doesn't work. But
Yes, I've heard the saying that actually chess is 99% of the tactics, not the strategy. People tend to say that it's a strategic game, but actually, if you have the idea or the goal already in the mind, all your effort actually needs to be directed to the tactics, how to get there. Yes.
yeah, I would agree with that. But we spend the 99% of time speaking about the strategy, right?
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
It's something to think about. Okay, so this is one way to go.
So you already see that Lei has made a move, Queen
Yeah,
C4,
Queen C4,
Mm-hmm.
which actually makes some sense
I mean,
in the way that we saw, right?
I was also considering this move after knight F1 in the variation that we were discussing, Bishop C7 and then Queen C4.
Sorry, misclicked. So we were talking about
Yeah,
this
the
one and
same.
here to play. Yes,
Yeah,
to
Queen
play
C4, B6, and then probably
And
knight
G3,
knight G3.
yes.
Now you are kind of preventing Queen E6, probably. Yes. So.
Yeah, I
Although
wouldn't be happy.
Although with the double pawns in the center, it's quite often tricky. People tend to think that the double pawns are the weakness, but actually, if it's in the center and if there is not the open file aiming at these pawns, they can be quite a strength. Yeah, they control all the central pawns.
Yes,
Quest. Sorry.
This is a great point. Yes, especially if they don't have to move anywhere, right?
Yeah,
And
of course. And they do not become the point of the attack for the opponent. Yes.
And here they actually cover two of the most important squares here.
D5
right?
and F5.
On the other hand, you know, this bishop is somehow, it feels crippled forever.
Yeah, but the knight is still young. I mean, the game will still evolve in a way that the bishop may even play the critical role at some point. Yes.
It's hard to see, but sometimes it happens. So, queens, but okay, but Lei chose to play Queen C4
Immediately, yes.
I think she keeps basically all her options still.
Okay, B6
B6 is probably,
most probably the next
and
move. Yes.
I would say that maybe even before.
B5,
Is this an
before.
idea?
Yes, definitely. because the bishop on c6 is hanging, and now you are,
You know, you have this this one point in time where black's rooks are
not connected, or disconnected, yes, and the c5 pawn is also a weakness, yes. So with b4, I'm actually putting the pressure on c5, right?
Absolutely. And how can black proceed here?
Oh, with some tactical strike, A takes on b4, C takes on b4 and b5.
Oh.
Check it out. No.
Well,
the
computer doesn't like it, but it's just completely unimpressed, you know, by our tactical abilities.
No, nothing.
Although, yeah, well, here probably maybe there is, there is nothing.
Nothing.
And if not,
So what I'm missing? What are we missing?
oh, we're
A4 is
missing.
protected.
Yeah.
I don't know.
White is-
B5 and no B5. No, now it's the black. It's black small. So.
Yeah, if we don't have anything concrete, maybe we should
No, we don't
keep the pawns,
yes,
right?
we don't take it on B4.
But actually, I think after B4, it's not so easy. Because that, for instance, the threat, one of the threats I think is to take, for instance, if we protect here, right? So we can, or the more proper way, we could take and something like knight b3, start targeting those pawns.
Yeah, of course. And the queen on c4 and is placed very
Beautifully
conveniently.
placed,
Yes. Bishop can always come to b3 if needed. Yes. But the immediate pressure is, of course, put on the c5, yes. So, and the queen from c4 protects c4 pawn, yeah, as well.
Yes,
Yeah?
yes.
So it's
I
attacking and preventing at the same time. Yeah?
You know,
the double
there is-
agent.
There is this type of moves when once it's played on the board, you know it's a good move, right? Suddenly everything connects. All the dots are connected, and this is one of those moves which I.
Of course, if this plan with b4 works, but I'm not sure. Probably we don't see something. Yes, what would?
No, actually, you know, looking at a computer, and it just keeps it like
Keeps
that.
the balance.
But
then
claiming,
this-
but I think
if
if
this is
I
the
can play
best-
b5 and then the knight will land on c4, all the endgames are pretty bad for black.
But again, I mean,
But
I
then
would at the point when you leave the square c4 with your queen, I would probably sacrifice my pawn, pushing it forward.
But
So
again,
sometimes the breath is and the air is more important.
is more
than
important. And here, it is felt a little bit as if black is in danger of suffocating. Looking at the players' expressions, how would you evaluate?
I don't see their face. I need to see their eyes and face.
Oh, just a second ago, Ju Wenjun was. She doesn't. I don't think she looks too happy, but I might be wrong.
So b6 has been played already, yes, after queen
Yes,
c4. The
and
question now,
Lei Tingjie is
whether Lei is considering b4. Yeah? That would be the most natural move, probably now to start
They say you
the
said-
calculations with.
Actually, there is even not too many calculations here, right? Just before.
Bishop d6.
Yeah, and here I have to tell you I am torn apart between d takes c5 and b5. Both look so tempting.
I
to
would
me.
still take on c5.
You would take on c5?
The question, of
probably
course,
rightly so.
if you take with a b pawn, then I'm very
Yeah, if you
comfortable.
take, but probably you can take
Bishop,
with the
yes,
bishop.
might be
yes?
an option, yes, and then trying to exchange the queens, yes. If I take
Absolutely, yes.
bishop c5,
Without
queen
this bishop,
takes
if we
c5.
manage, of course, we are more than happy, unless we lose something by force.
E4 is also hanging, so probably I don't have to rush. F3 now is
Yes.
the key move, and I'm not so sure how you.
If you could play bishop e6 here, yeah?
Yeah, bishop rook b8 probably. Trying to, I don't know, but yeah, too slow.
Too slow, and again, if black has this one.
Yeah, knight on c4 also controls everything, preventing rook b2, attacking on a5, attacking on e5. An excellent soldier, yes. But it's very comfortable for white. I don't know.
It looks like. Maybe not exchange. So maybe
Okay.
we need the queen. Although we would love to exchange, but maybe tactically it doesn't work. So
Okay, knight b3 immediately. Just checking your documents. So what did you?
So you want to take.
Why not?
What happens if I take?
Take with
The
rook.
queen is the queen is protected on a4.
Queen is universal.
And if I go, for instance, okay, getting ready to the opening of the file, Bart didn't jump it.
So this is not draught, yes? I'm not forced to take.
Yeah. So this is, again, the computer might say 000 as long as it wants. As a
So
human,
rook d2.
as a
even,
human,
yes,
you definitely love playing this as white, and you don't
Yeah.
like playing this as black, I think, right?
Okay, I can try to turn myself upside down and try to understand how would I feel from the black side. Yes.
Like this.
So this is actually a very good trick my coach taught me in the childhood. So especially during the game while your opponent is thinking, stand up and go and look at the same position from the other side, because you change the perspective, and sometimes you're so cramped in your ideas and your position that you miss some good opportunities. Yes.
Absolutely.
And when you change the perspective, you would notice how different the same position looks. Yes. So and then some new and fresh ideas come into your mind.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah, I think this is a great idea.
But
And
it doesn't help here, I think.
So all in all, I think so this looks very, and Lei did play b4. It is on the board.
Natural move, yes.
So after bishop d6, your call to take on c5.
I
Or
would
b5.
take on c5, yes, because we create a weakness.
It opens the file, right? So it creates more.
I don't want to block the position, because then it can turn out that even though I do have the spatial advantage, which is a good and important advantage, I would not be able to invade or intrude the opponent's position.
Only
yes.
one open file.
Only
yes.
one open file, but it's still controlled by the black. I mean, I don't have the squares for the invasion. Yes, I need to find a way how to get into. So it's like in a war as well. I mean, if I close all the doors, the question is how I get inside. Yes, I need to let some doors open for myself to.
Absolutely. Actually,
Find a way.
strategical thinking is to make. To widen your opportunities, not to close them,
narrow
right?
them,
Yeah,
yes.
not to narrow them, absolutely.
Of course, opening the position or keeping it open gives more dynamics and opportunities for the opponent as well. Yes. So when you are squeezed and the position is more blocked and you don't have space, then you are also, you suffered even physically when you play the game. Defend such positions is very difficult. Yes.
Yes.
So unpleasant, because you have to sit on your hands and wait for your momentum, for the
Which
opponent
might never come. Yeah.
Yes, hoping that the opponent at some point might be too active, and take too much of the risk, and then I punch him or her back. Yes. But okay, that's also a matter of taste, probably in this kind of position, that you can choose both ways. Yes. So.
And we will soon. Oh, but look at this. So Ju Wenjun took on b4 first.
Took on before, okay. C takes.
And maybe that
is
comes to answer
yes.
us a little
So
bit.
this makes sense, because now if I create the weakness on c5, I still have my a4 pawn, which might be a strength, but might be also an attacking point for the opponent, right?
Absolutely. And here, actually, black's position is so much better than the one that we analyzed with those pawns, right?
Yes.
So this kind of eliminates this.
But then the question is, we come back to your plan.
Yes, but exactly.
So what happens after the b5 move, whereas now I would probably Yeah, I mean, knight b3 probably first, and then a5.
And
Then choosing whether to take on a5 or c5. So,
and ladies and gentlemen, the computer says the first time in this match, white has a 1.3 pawns advantage.
so the chess players normally tend to change this currency into the pawn. So it's a little bit than one pawn more. Yes.
Yes, it's a little bit than one pawn more, or in our ancient parlance, it's plus minus, I think, or something like this. Yes, so it's an advantage which is quite
serious one, yes.
serious. Yeah, not yet winning by no means, of course, but we can actually even without the bar, without the evaluation.
So this is the position on the game, b5. Yes.
Yes, this
bishop
is
d7.
Bishop d7 has been played. I would love to install my knight on c4 here. I have to say.
Now, what do black want? They probably also want to put the bishop on e6. Yes, and
that's it.
That's it. Because probably I don't have time to get to c4.
And for this reason, would you agree that the bishop goes to d7 and not to b7 to be able to meet, to prevent bishop?
Yes, because what
c4,
does my bishop on b7 do? After f3, it would probably totally exclude it from the game. Yes. So now with bishop e6, I don't know, knight d7 and c4 and knight c5, something like that.
But I'm not sure
it's too slow.
You will not be able, because c4, b6 is hanging, right?
No, that's why I thought that bishop
first
e6,
knight
knight d7, but it's very slow, I guess. Yes, so.
But still, yes, and the bishop
It's the
c6, and maybe, of course, here we want to take on c4 probably.
I'm even ready to say goodbye to my nice bishop against such a knight.
You know, the problem is that you're left with this
stupid bishop.
You said that. Yeah.
Yes.
And you know, sometimes my coach would say that it's even worse than a pawn, because a pawn would at least would be able to play d5 here.
Yes.
But with this bishop, you cannot even play that.
This bishop is totally stuck. Yes, it's worse than a pawn. Right? Yes, at this very point. Yeah.
And now I think the game for white is so easy. You can either prepare a5 or double along the d file, or even.
And I don't have to rush. It's very comfortable. Yes, this is also one of the tricks in chess. Yes, if you have an advantage, don't rush. Yes, it's optimize all the position of all your pieces and then make the decisive strike. Yes, so and the black player would be in trouble because there's no clear plan how to improve the position of the.
But you know, I had the other difficulty in such positions, that you get used to this being so pleasant and so nice.
You lose your attention or what?
You lose, first of all, you lose your attention, and secondly, you want sometimes to get the win without any effort, right? So you stop calculating. You kind of hope that it will win itself.
Naturally, yes.
But then eventually you have to make those concrete decisions, right? The transposition between this very calm and
positional into the material advantage or something.
And this is where many players go wrong.
Yeah, that's why chess is so interesting, right? Otherwise, you know, everyone would just give up at this position. Yes. There would be no chance to sit and wait for the opponent's mistakes.
So not bad news so far for the world champion, and you know, I'm quite surprised, because it looked as if she chose to get into it by herself.
So c5 was actually the move, yes, the very decisive one.
Yes.
So before you make such move, you already need to have the plan. How would you then continue? How do you get to d5, or how do you optimize the dynamics of the pieces? So if the idea was to go c5 and get to the position with bishop on b8 and bishop on d6, Probably not the best plan.
Probably, I don't feel that that was. Maybe she, you know, as it often happens, you see far away, and then suddenly on the first 2 or 3 moves, you miss some tactics, and you have to kind of reconsider.
It was a mirage, yes, in the desert. The beautiful island turned into another, you know, mountain of the sand. Yes, so.
Probably, it feels that this is what happened. So maybe she wasn't expecting White to continue this slowly, and it's hard to say. Really, it's hard to say, and maybe it's an interesting question for.
But still, I mean, even if it not this concrete plan with Queen C4 and B4, both other options with Knight C4 or Knight F1 also were quite comfortable for White, right?
Yeah, yeah. So this is interesting. What made her choose this? Maybe she didn't see a good alternative.
I don't know, Rook E8.
That was my move. I suggested.
Just the simple one.
No, but actually here Shu argued that F4 might be unpleasant.
Oh, that's probably something that I want, playing
against
black. Yes, because then I get
then you get some counterplay. Yeah.
Yeah, I get the focal point for my attack and, you know, concentration. Yes, so.
Yeah. So this at least maybe it's even White's advantage, but it's a double-edged game, right?
The dynamics is good. Yes. So.
So very interesting, and actually it was the first time that almost the first time in the match that Ju Wenjun was not down, was not trailing time-wise, and it looked as both players are kind of well prepared here. And so this is our current position, and
so Queen C3.
Queen C3
exactly
is on the
what
board.
you suggested. I'm just allowing my knight to come in on C4. Yes. So sometimes the strong queen also gives the way for the weaker pieces.
No, but yeah, this is such a beautiful square for the bishop.
Yeah, of course.
You have to kind of, and you know, I'm thinking.
Is there only any counterplay? I don't know, knight H5 and F4 as an option.
As a chess player, how do you prefer to defend such positions? Do you try to, okay, I will hold...
Sacrifice. I always sacrifice something to, get some dynamics, yes. But it's my character. For me, it's difficult to sit on the hands and, you know, be squeezed by the opponent.
I think for everybody, it's hard. But one of, especially in a match, actually, one of the things that goes for this for this kind of defense is to you say, okay, if I lose, I prefer to lose fast.
Beautiful with the music. No. I mean,
fast than after 8
I think that
no.
This makes the difference between the high professionals who never think this way. That if I lose, then at least in a beautiful way.
Not in a beautiful. No.
They always try to find the resources in every position, never letting you go. Yes, so. The fact that you stand better doesn't mean that you would win easily. Yes, so being a chess player, I often feel, you know, the difference when I play against somebody who is, you know, just giving up quite easily after they have lost the advantage. Yes, or you feel that there's an opponent who is really cramped in the position and doesn't let me, you know, relax. That I need to spend a lot of energy till the very last move and till the moment when the handshake is there. Yes. So, and I think both of these players, they are the top of the top in the world. Absolutely. So they are very tough and
extremely tenacious.
And they will find all the resources. Yes.
And they have already shown so far that they are able to do that.
So I try something. I don't know, to find some contra play in the king's flank. I don't know, knight H5 immediately.
Looks normal.
Natural, but I don't know. Knight C4,
Knight C4 looks also
Bishop
natural.
C7.
Bishop C7. Oh. Do we have an immediate A5? This is my question.
Probably, of course.
Because White suddenly might just run over here.
But
so the point, let's show the point.
Okay, yes.
Bishop takes B5 or...
Yes.
let's start with bishop b5. Apparently not a b6, but I think even a b6, or maybe first we can take on d8. No, okay, a b6.
Yes.
Actually, there is now an extra point that after that we have bishop b1 and the knight will be hanging.
Knight is hanging, yes, but
so for instance, if you take, because our queen is also overloaded, right? So here we are threatening to queen, and this is game over,
yeah,
right?
yes, sure.
Okay, rook d1, of course, we shouldn't take. What do we do?
Knight, bishop c4.
Bishop c4, but then
bc7, yes,
bc7
that's the trick, yes.
That's the trick, and again, we come back to this line, which is not good.
Mm.
And if not bishop c4, then what? Then rook a1 and bishop b8? Is this the life we want to lead here?
Not a pleasant one, yes.
Like this, yes.
Bishop b8 and?
It feels bad.
Probably rook b1 even, no? This point, or it's
just
not worth? With an idea knight a5, but
yeah, well, even this, maybe it's not
the best one,
the best by the computer,
mm-hmm.
but from a human perspective, if you force to take, then of course we just have an extra pawn and which pawn, right?
Mm.
And if not, the rook on b1 just supports the. Yeah, not an ideal position for black. But
And
what
if
to
I
do?
Yeah, and if I take on the a5,
Will it be any different?
b6, bishop b8, yes. Sorry,
This is kind
sorry,
of sorry,
dear
rook.
black player, but white is okay, yes.
Yeah, well.
Yeah, it's very comfortable for white. Yeah. So,
to a point that I feel like bad to even take the pawn, right? But I don't want to do it.
I would take with knight, probably, yes.
Yeah, and then this keeps
c5
attacking,
and that's
it's
very
really
difficult.
overwhelming.
Okay, knight h5.
Yeah, but I don't think knight h5 is the move to blame here.
No. It's just I was like what we see that if you know that there is already a concrete plan for a white player here. Yes, well, black doesn't have time to create any counter game on the king's side.
So basically, we have to agree that once the knight lands on d4,
c4, I have to take it.
Sorry, on c4. We cannot allow that. So
Okay, still knight h5?
Still, okay.
Okay, no, I don't have the bishop. Bishop e6, yes, needs to go there.
And that's what she played. Ju Wenjun played bishop c6, bishop e6. And now?
Yeah, would I like to still keep my knight alive? Yes, and bishop e3.
I wanted to suggest it, yes. I wanted to suggest this move as well, because it is so tempting to have the knight on c4. But the question is, now, first of all, we might run into your idea eventually with c4, right?
Bishop takes c4.
And now something like
Queen b3.
You're totally unimpressed, yes?
b6 is hanging.
Yeah, but now I might have some tactics. Oopsie.
Where's the tactics?
Well, I wanted
e6.
no,
Bishop e6.
I meant it
No,
here.
bishop
I take,
e6.
But bishop e6, I wanted to take on d2.
And the rook takes.
And the tactics are over. Yes,
It's
the
over.
tactics are will be against me.
And
yeah,
two
so
passing pawns. So
I would be quite depressed here with black. I have to say.
so be more creative. Think.
Let's think.
Probably too late now.
You know what? Okay, here's a plan. I want to sacrifice on d4.
Yeah, I like it. I like the way you think.
When I do.
When you do. But, you know, the problem is that I don't have to take it first.
Yeah. That's the drawback
So-
of the plan. But still, the rook on d4 will be well placed.
No, but the good thing is that you also prevent a5. You probably protect on b6
Why did the bishop go to d6 in the first place?
because
the
it was
way?
defending the pawn on c5 after my b4.
Ah, yes.
I had a b4. I wanted to capture on c5, so you had to somehow
to
defend it. Yes.
But maybe we could. Okay, it's too late already. But
Yeah.
maybe we could.
So that's one trick with the chess game. You cannot take moves back. Yes.
It's like this joke about how to buy stocks. So you buy 2 stocks. If the one that goes up, you keep it, and the one that goes down, you just don't buy it, right? So
Yes. Yes.
this is exactly here. So. All right. So knight c4. She has played knight c4 because
Straightforward, yes.
probably it somehow feels a bit too slow, and maybe even because of bishop c7, right? So for instance, let's just picture that we take on e6, we play knight e4 actually blunders.
No, but
here,
actually,
yeah?
I would try
Or-
a5 probably after b.
Here?
No,
Or without even taking?
Without even taking. This is also something to be checked. Yes, after bishop b7,
And if we take
bishop
then
c5,
bishop c5.
bishop d6, back.
Yes, we tricked you.
I think so. Yes. Yeah, the bishop. My coach would say it's sewing. Yes, back and forth. but now
but
probably
today,
it works.
This by chance. Anyhow, she decided,
Knight c4,
which and
yeah.
it actually it makes a lot of sense because this bishop is.
And taking the advantage that
Without-
I've got a very strong 2 bishops, yes, and you've got
Again, I think out of the 5 games, in 3 or 4 games,
She loves
Lei
a pair
Tingjie
of
had the
bishops,
pair
yes.
of bishops. But when she asked in one of the press conferences, I think Anna asked her.
She didn't say that. She said that there's no preference. Yes.
Yeah, that she likes strong pieces or something
Yes,
like
strong
that.
pieces. Yes. So the question was whether she likes better a bishop or a knight, and she said that I like strong pieces. Yes.
This is a very, very
That was a good
politically
answer.
correct
No? That
answer,
was a
yeah.
good answer. Because it really is so. I mean, depending on the position, one or the other is better. Yeah, but every kid knows that in the open positions, the bishops are better. In the closed positions, knights are normally better. But that's a universal rule that is quite often distorted by the very precise position on the board. Yeah.
And I feel that
So
in
it's
the
better
last
to have good pieces.
she's absolutely right. And in the past, last 10, 15 years, I kind of feel that all those general rules that we used to grow
Computer
up with,
spoils everything, yes.
they're absolutely
It questions.
went down the
It
drain.
questions the
yeah.
principles that have been drawn
Yeah,
down and
abs-
worked out for centuries. Yes,
Yes, all those in
like
the end-
castling. Yes, every kid knows that, and every grandmaster knows that security of the king is a must. Yes, you castle now. When you see how the computer thinks, yes, you often leave the king in the center.
Yes, and all those principles that in the end game, and if you have an isolated pawn, you're like this. It's very bad for you, almost losing. I grew up knowing that isolated pawn in the end game. All those Karpov games, who used to, and Petrosyan games, who used to win. And now it's just, okay, show me how you win. You don't win this, it's just one weakness. So it's very different now. The game really changed a lot. So I think I would argue that this bishop without the counterpart, it has some very bright prospects.
So would you change the queens with black?
Tough one. Here I think yes, I would, because my queen is not really doing that much, while white queen is really dominating.
So queen e6.
Yeah, but maybe not at the cost of the pawn being on e6, because. Okay, let's take a look. So I want to play bishop b3.
King f7.
King f7, and then I would have to to solve some problem.
Or even, yeah, no, king f7, of course. I think.
Okay, but what happens if white just pushes?
I take it, and then I
You
know
take and
what I'm
pray,
suffering,
yes?
suffering for.
You take and pray.
I take and
but,
pray. Or bishop c5, you didn't want to take it, yes?
I
was
didn't
not your
see.
idea, yes?
No, I didn't see this idea, but this is actually a good idea, maybe. Actually, I wanted just to push the pawn until the end, because you're pinned, and I want b7 and rook d6. How do you protect him?
Bishop e7,
yes?
Yes.
Bishop e7.
Probably I'm in time coming back with my knight.
Knight goes
To d7.
Knight goes to d7. b7, bishop c7. Yes,
Because
you're
now
in time.
Yeah. Okay, knight d7. Yes.
b7, knight c7.
Knight c7.
The bar says I'm winning, but I don't see how.
Me neither. Where's the win? Where's the victory?
I would give up here in my calculations. Sorry, guys, we froze a bit, but
Thinking.
we're trying
Thinking.
to. Yeah.
Thinking, yes.
So if we go to a7, then just whatever,
Yes.
right?
And
So
king
you don't
comes,
care.
and
the king
actually,
wants to come.
suddenly your pawn on b7 might turn into a weakness if you don't pass it. Yes?
Absolutely.
Because yeah, it's not that far, the distance for your king to come and capture it.
Okay, so I cheated a little bit. I looked at the computer suggestion. I still don't understand why it's so winning.
So what is it?
So the
Bishop?
point is that it plays bishop a5. Let's say king a6,
Yes.
king f7.
But,
the
no, but
computer
we-
suggests king h2 here, for
No,
instance.
but we were discussing bishop b8.
Yeah, let's say bishop b8,
Instead of king f7, yes, yes.
and then bishop takes b8.
And
So
that's
the computer
okay.
claims that here
king f7.
the king goes here.
You come and take my.
I just
Okay.
no. This is
What is it? f4? No.
I'm totally
To have a shorter way.
Apparently king h4 is a much stronger move than king g4 for whatever reason it is.
Okay, g6.
Maybe yeah. Maybe here there is g6, and if we play king h4,
G6.
there is g4.
Okay, king c7.
I'm still not following. G5. And then the bishop probably goes to e8, and
But is it so simple? Because I've got my pass pawn and a5. I
It's
would be a
not-
little bit nervous now.
it's not simple at all, I have to say.
I would be nervous
But apparently it just works
because I give my bishop
because
away.
we go
or-
from here, and
No, I
this
was thinking-
one's stronger.
Oh,
and
yes,
you-
on h5 I cannot take. Yes, it's too slow.
Yeah, if we take here if we take on h5, then we lose, of course. But just some
No, but-
perspective. Yeah, the computer says +5. It looks anything but.
For
I
me,
mean,
no.
Yeah,
I'm a bad
absolutely.
computer. I'm a
It,
bad
it doesn't
computer.
look, and it shows you it is +5 because after 15 moves, white
no.
is exactly one
Basically,
tempo to
I
win.
would be
yeah?
calculating, bishop a b8, and it's more or less equal. Yes, it's not that I would assess from the distance that this is the position I would be willing to get playing white. Yes.
So this is, for instance, yeah, it's a much more natural move for white
Yes.
to make.
Yes.
And it should be said that here you get the feeling that it should be winning, right?
Bishop c7, still trying.
I would say, okay, for instance, you can take here, right? You can, but we're
No,
pawn
no, no.
down, yeah? We're pawn down, not so easy.
So it's the same, b6?
Yeah, again, it's b6, so it all hangs on this idea. So maybe a5 is not trivial at all, even if the computer says it's winning.
What do our ladies do? They must be
They
better than
are-
us. Knight e8, so
Yeah, well,
Sitting on the hands, yes, not forcing, not forcing anything with black. Yeah.
and we were
discussing
bishop
queen. No, queen e6. My question to
queen
you
e6
was
yeah.
whether you would be willing to get rid of my strong queen on c4. Yeah. So
But now there is no more such offers on the table,
no,
right?
that is why I was asking you, because after bishop b3 there's no chance.
And
So
there
you
is
sit there. You sit there with the queen.
And there is this concept that
You try to
lower
exchange your
spaces,
passive.
right?
Yeah.
You want to have as few pieces as possible
Yeah.
because to maneuver, right?
Yes, yes. You want to get rid of some pieces so that you have more space. Yes, and you try to get rid of your inactive positions, exchanging them against the active opponents ones. Yeah, but okay, that's the general principles.
But here, maybe maybe both of them calculated this because although it's a very, very, very long line that we saw. It's totally possible for players of their caliber to calculate because there are not
quite forced actually. Yes,
exactly, and there are not too many pieces. It's not a very many variations. It's just
this is always the funny question that the non-chess players ask: how many moves can you calculate ahead? I mean, and then they don't grasp the answer when I say that it depends on the position. Sometimes you cannot calculate more than, I don't know, 1 or 2 moves, yes, because the position is so complex, and and sometimes you can calculate 10, 20, yes, and even
actually,
more if it's needed.
not long time ago, I heard Vishy say 50 or 60 moves. No, not a problem.
Okay, that's why he's
maybe for Vishy, yes. But I always
Vishy the who.
Vishy, yeah, exactly. So I always exactly I always said 10, 20 moves you can calculate, right?
But it highly depends on the position, yes, the complexity of the position. Yeah, because, okay, the experienced player, of course, is very good in deduction, yes, not paying attention to the moves that are not worth to that. Just
but the computers have come to show us that this deduction is really costing us sometimes to check the right ones.
So now it's quite passive, yes, for black. Is there any plan? Yes. So
for black or for white? For white, there are so many plans.
Okay, right? Tell me.
Okay, to begin with, I would.
You're white.
Yeah, I would actually, if I could.
I know what I want with black. I'll tell you. I come knight c7, knight e6, knight d4.
Okay, great. Then I wait.
And sit like a king in d4.
Then I wait because I was just going to tell you that if you played knight c7, I might have this a5 with b6 with the temple. Maybe you're not scared of it at all?
I mean, if I'm scared, then I
don't play
then
chess.
I give up. Again, then I give up in this position. I mean, I need to do something, right?
Only the brave play chess.
Oh, yes.
Another thing, maybe this again. I cannot make this move. Lei Tingjie played queen c2.
Queen c2.
And immediately followed by knight c7 by black, as you said.
Yeah. So queen c2, what was the idea?
But actually,
to give my bishop away?
Maybe this. Okay, we have a slight. Our program, our app crashed a little bit, so we will need. Let's take a look at the players while we restart. Because we can follow the game maybe without the board, but it will be much more difficult. So let's see the players in full screen.
Mm-hmm. So now we can have a look at the emotions of the players.
Yes, let's talk about the emotions. Ju Wenjun seems a little bit quite concerned. Wouldn't you say so?
The eye movements say so. Yes, I'm not the the AI that is able to analyze the facial expressions and judge on the on the mood or the variations on the mind. But yes, I agree with you that she doesn't look very comfortable, which is natural.
Well, yeah, I wouldn't be either. I mean,
Which is natural. But on the other hand, I mean, now it's not that difficult for her to play because there are not that many options, yes, and that's why you also saw that she made the moves quite quickly. I mean, when she decided that, okay, she moves the knight, you know, on E8, then naturally knight C7 follows, yes?
Yes.
So she's consistent.
And this is actually a pattern we have been seeing with her throughout the match so far. She likes to take her time to think in those critical moments, but then she kind of when
Shoots
she makes
out
up, she shoots out.
This is something
series.
that this is a good way of operations in the blitz games. Yes, that's also one trick. Yes, that the coach was always teaching us that you think. Yes, and then you can take more time, and then when it's clear what you want to do, then don't spend too much time again. Yes, so then you can make several moves and
it also puts additional pressure on
your
opponent.
Yes.
So knight c7. What did Lei Tingjie play? I don't.
Knight c7, queen c2.
So queen c2. Okay, and knight e6.
Knight e6 was already made, yes? So it was like 3 moves, bam, bam,
exactly,
bam. Yes?
Exactly. And the knight, of course, from being quite stupid on f6,
it's smart not spending too much time in such positions, but because you'll need time when there will be another critical position, yes, to find the plan. Yeah.
But I have a question for you. So what do you do here? Where do you place your rook?
First, I will not give the exchange away, yes.
I was kind of hoping, but okay.
94, yeah, no,
maybe.
Why?
Yeah,
but why should you?
Okay.
Why should you?
Because if you don't, so rook a7, you need to be
rook
ready
a7, then a5 or
yeah,
what? Yeah,
to face a5 at some point, maybe immediately.
Be rook takes e5.
Rook takes. And you know, when the pawn reaches b7 with the bishop on b5 on d5,
it can be a
tricky.
mirage. Okay, the rook b8.
I admire your
cold heart.
Yes.
Cold heart.
Because I don't, of course,
b7, then
I don't want
98.
to allow you b7 to even a
Rook
glimpse of
98.
ideas of. Oh, but you're not even going to to give me no. Okay, so the pawn on b6 and the bishop are very well coordinated like that.
Yes, but I've got a pawn.
Yeah, okay. It's not the first time in the match.
Yeah, that's true. Knight d4.
Yeah, and here actually after knight d4, so
queen
this
a2
could be winning by force if it wins.
I'd be doing something like queen
would
a2.
I think, yeah, but queen a2 looks much more natural. And then we just want to take and power through with queen a7 eventually.
Yep, that's right.
And the beautiful knight on d4, it is beautiful, but it really does
doing
nothing.
yes.
With this bishop on d5, it's very hard to imagine any kind of counterplay here.
So go back to the position on the on the board.
So yeah, after this
bishop
question
d5,
that we
yes.
asked. Yeah.
So what was your suggestion? Knight d4?
It wasn't really a suggestion. It was kind of.
It's not our game. We can.
It's not our pieces. We can. Yeah, we can sacrifice as much as we want. But white is not obliged to take. That's the problem. I feel that if we do take, then suddenly, you know. Yeah, it's an exchange, but this one comes to life.
The bishop starts playing. Finally.
Finally, and
Finally.
I mean, I have some play. I have some play all of a sudden, right?
I've got some counterplay, yeah, because.
So
yeah,
I wouldn't. I would. I think as black, I know that I'm probably still losing here, but here I'm losing with misery, and I don't have any play. So I would and as white, I would,
So you didn't
I would
want to
consider
take
not
it?
to take it. Yeah.
Queen c4. No? And
So my point being, okay, I will want to play b4 and then slowly a5, b6.
rook b8. It's so difficult.
Yeah, okay. But now
You're
maybe
improving.
bishop c7, yes, and you can at least you prevent. So maybe on rook b8 I can play actually a5 immediately. Can I?
a5, I take b takes
You take
a5.
on bishop c7, yes.
Yes, that's the idea.
Take on bishop c7.
My knight from d4 suddenly has a
Yeah,
role,
and the
yes.
point is that after rook a7 there is knight takes b5. Yes.
Yes.
Somehow the bar still is. Well, not after this. So the best chance for Ju Wenjun is to allow me to make a few moves, and then she would equalize probably. Unfortunately
but
for
you are
her,
not playing against her.
unfortunately for her, she doesn't have this privilege. See, the computer says bishop f7 is actually
Here.
a big advantage for white still.
And queen takes?
Apparently, this and
Okay, rook takes.
you cannot you cannot take with the bishop because
And you take queen
of
b4,
the
5?
queen, and then we take on f5 on b5, and this one will fall probably, and the 7th is unpleasant. Yeah, I would agree it's not the best position in the world for black.
c4.
But I would feel that this is
This is already
a
so.
concession somehow,
Yes,
yeah?
yes,
After
yes.
what white had a few moves ago, so so maybe 94 is a move. I don't know. Or she actually,
But is there any good alternatives? Yes,
She played rook b8.
Rook b8, yes. And now probably there's a transition to
If we play,
rook b1, yes.
for instance, if we play a5, there is knight d4. And actually, computer says that that's the way to go. So we kind of found almost the best way, or maybe even the best way. But maybe
a5, yes?
Yeah, a5, and then this long line that we saw of the bishop c7, rook a7, etc. But somehow I feel that it should be more here. Maybe I'm wrong. Probably.
I'm thinking, so rook b1?
Yeah, so rook b1 is
Now?
actually black. If black manages to stabilize with the bishop on c7, then
Which means now I cannot really be on time with a5, right?
But there is another principle in chess, right? So the principle of two weaknesses. And if you play on one, if you tied your opponent on one side of the board, then you can switch to the other one.
But where is the second weakness? f7?
F7, maybe.
Not too weak.
Not yet. But you can create, right? So for instance, So for instance, if you can transfer the rooks along the third rank somehow.
Take care, because rook f8, king h8, f5 can be my counterplay.
Okay. Point taken. How about this? If I just want to play slowly and still, play a5 by force.
King h8?
Yeah, you just announced the plan. It's
Okay,
it's not a
no,
surprise
f7
anymore.
probably you can take, but rook f8, yes. I was just provoking you.
Oh, but
You
wait.
didn't
You
didn't
so
even.
not you. No, I just didn't see. I was, I was too.
So like the way I see your king, you say, like, oh, there's my
I-
future queen.
Exactly. So, so a5.
a5, I take.
You take. You cannot allow me, right?
No.
This one. So,
Probably I have to take,
you're
otherwise
probably
b6,
happy, right? You are happy to exchange this bishop.
Oh, what now? f5?
5, I will play
F5.
b6.
F5, F5,
I
F5.
will play b6.
B6. Jappa.
I like that I tricked you into playing this position with black and I get the white.
I'm the one trying to defend, yes. No, I mean,
No, this is hopeless. Maybe you need to somehow stop. So
rook
we
b6,
need to stop it here
rook
somewhere.
b6,
Yeah?
yes. So solid game. solid
It's a
game.
bit too late for it, but okay.
Why? No. I know. Rook b8 and taking on b5, and then you'll pray for me to give some mercy.
And if rook a6,
Rook
then
b8.
rook b8, right? And you,
Yep.
as announced.
Sitting and waiting.
And what about this one? You don't care at all.
I take
yeah?
on b5. That's more delicious.
Here, if I take,
I take
you
on.
take rook b5.
I think so. Yes. Okay. Probably I don't have to take it immediately, but
No, then I will not. Maybe
give it to me. Don't give it to
I
me.
will not. But actually, yeah, maybe even if you can exchange those, there will be some drawing chances, right? If you exchange a few, heavy pieces there. So this is a way to kind of hold. But as white, I would be very concerned to allow you to play bishop c7, right? And
Yeah.
to exchange those
So that's why
bishops if I
probably
want to break through.
Yeah, the first variation that would be considering it is a5 immediately.
But you know what? But then maybe why do we play bishop knight d4? Maybe we can afford a bishop c7 immediately.
No, a5. c5 is big.
C5 is going to.
Although,
So you you want to take but this is if you take
no, my pawn is also hanging.
the b5
hanging,
will
yes.
be hanging, yeah. So
But no, I was thinking probably bishop c6, but no.
here or there,
There.
here. Yeah, but bishop
No,
c6
no,
right,
it's
yeah,
nothing. No. Bishop c6 is nothing.
And if we just take here.
I take with.
Oh wait, there is some development.
With the queen?
And she took actually. Actually, what happened here is
A sacrifice of an exchange.
knight e6. She played
No.
rook bishop d5, rook b8. She took on e6 and played rook d5.
Is it enough?
And actually, look again. Ju Wenjun has been playing very fast. Putting something we haven't discussed. Lei Tingjie has only 14 minutes on her clock. Although
No, the position is not too complex,
yeah,
right?
The position is
For her. So.
for her.
For her.
And now she's thinking. No, she took on d5 with the rook. And now actually the computer is claiming that black is not that worse anymore. Black is worse, but nothing major. Okay, so
what happened? Where did we let the advantage out?
Probably by exchanging the bishop. So here a5.
So she didn't want to have the knight on d4.
She didn't want to allow the knight to a4, but this was actually, but it's not like
Rook
very
a7.
rook
Otherwise,
a7,
bishop is.
knight takes here, and then bishop takes f7. So this is something you can easily
No, but here,
miss in your
here you can.
calculations.
Here it's also the bishop c5.
Yeah, but maybe she wasn't sure that here she and that it's enough
It's not,
for,
yes, probably, yes. So
for a win. And bishop f7 is again, we get to this where computer shows it's a big advantage, but it's based basically on this bishop f7, which is not trivial at all.
so she exchanged the knight.
And then she exchanged, which looks very beautiful, right? You have this this light square domination, and the bishop is you manage to leave your opponent with the bad bishop, but it might not be enough. Okay, Dana, we know that you have lots of things to do. Thank you.
I enjoyed it very much, yes.
Thank you so much for spending the time with us, for giving us this exciting insights about the game. Guys, we will take
So I joined you for the most dynamic part of the game, right?
yes, and now you will leave it. They will say, okay, she left, and
it became boring.
It became boring again. So. So at least we know how to make the games more exciting for the future rounds. Again, thank you very much, and we will
see you soon. Yes.
See you soon. Yeah, and guys, we will take a very short technical break to exchange the mics, and we'll be with you very shortly. Hi, and welcome to the recap of Game 4 of the World Championship match between Ju Wenjun and Lei Tingjie. Today we had an exciting game, although it ended in a draw, but the emotions were high, and Ju Wenjun was very close to scoring the first victory in this match. It all started quite promising for Lei Tingjie, who played black, and after d4, d5, and the Queen's Gambit, she surprised her opponent with the opting for Queen's Gambit accepted, and Ju Wenjun went for the most aggressive e4 line as opposed to e3. But Lei Tingjie was extremely prepared once again. She's showing very great preparation so far. This is all been tested before, also on highest levels in the chess world. And the first surprise novelty of the game came here when Lei Tingjie played h6, preventing white from the knight from jumping to g5, attacking the king side. And by this time, after a few moves later, here black sacrificed the pawn, as we see many times. And we are back, guys. Shui, Grandmaster Shui is back with us for the commentary. You were probably following the game, right?
Yes, I'm not only following the game. I'm following you and Dana. And I'm a fan with you. So I think you really in a good emotion.
Thank you. Actually, yeah. Thanks to Dana again. It was a real pleasure to have her here. What do you say about the game? It was really exciting for a moment, right? And I felt that. I already said what I felt. What did you feel?
I feel that Lei Tingjie has missed some chances. I think maybe the 5 moves or maybe 10 moves ago, she has much better position than now.
I also agree. Although we didn't see anything concrete. Maybe you could you had some maybe you have some ideas, because it looked very promising with this position. Like it looks overwhelming, right? But here, so the computer line was here to play a5.
Yes.
or doesn't really matter.
Yes.
Queen
Queen
c4 maybe
c4.
first, and then a5.
Yes.
But it is, and it gives an advantage, 1 pawn advantage to white. But it's based on this very concrete bishop f7 tactical shot, right?
Yes, and wins a pawn for.
Right, it wins a pawn, and then probably will win. We will probably win another pawn, right? So if this goes, we just
With
sorry, we
yeah,
take got b5. So queen
Yes.
takes d8 is the only.
And I think rook. Yeah, rook
Something like
a6.
this.
Yes, rook
to
a6.
keep the rook here, we are threatening. So it does look
Promising. for
promising. Almost maybe you could argue that even close to winning, right?
Yes.
But it's not clear to see at all, especially
Yes.
from a distance, because you would have to you would have to calculate all of this, and you have to see that move by move you have this bishop f7 tactical shot.
And even without these tacticals, to give black to play knight d4 is not an easy thing you can do.
Right, because
give
you
it-
think you kind of feel that okay, I don't want that this creates counterplay, right?
Yes.
It's
And if I trade it with my bishop, it goes to opposite color bishop.
exactly, and also it makes this bishop much stronger, right? So
Yes.
you don't want to go there. But so I can understand the reasoning behind bishop takes e6, right?
Yes.
But the computer is actually not happy at all with white's position anymore after what happened in the game.
Yes. I think she played bishop d5 first.
Ah, yes, right. So let's follow the game. Let's see how it went. So she played bishop d5,
And then
rook b8, and then she took and played rook d5. It looks very beautiful, right? Because we
Yes.
have the good bishop against the bad bishop. We always have this breakthrough, but maybe it's just not enough. And if Ju Wenjun is thinking whether she wants to exchange this last rook or keep it, right?
yes.
Would you think you should keep the rook or exchange it?
This is a hard decision for me.
This is why I left
yes.
it for you and not for myself.
And actually, I think I will. I'm really not sure I will keep it or not because
Let's try.
Yes, because if I don't choose to exchange the rook now, after queen d3, maybe I will never have a chance to exchange it.
I agree.
So it's a time for black to consider exchange or not it immediately. I think.
And this is actually when we spoke about it with Dan and then with you also previously.
Yes.
That Ju Wenjun is and you can see that quite a lot in this match. That she takes the time in critical moments, and then she plays a
Yeah.
long series of moves very fast, very quickly, right? And again, now she's thinking because this is a very key moment, right? You need to understand whether you keep the
Yes.
rooks, you don't keep the rooks.
And maybe, for example, she make the decision of exchange the rooks, and then all her moves are playing very quickly. Maybe.
Yes, yes. Okay, let's say so.
If he
For instance, right?
Yeah.
Let's start with exchanging the rooks.
so now you need to consider a5.
You need to
Yes,
consider
it's a
a5.
move, and
Another move I was going to ask you. We need to probably consider endgames like this,
Yes.
right? So we have to at least maybe like this, or maybe white can bring the king first. But we have to, because this can be just plain lost. For
Yes.
black, yes.
I think after queen d5, if black play queen d5 here, for me it's a losing position for black. But I'm not sure. because white can play king to king to c4 and then play a5. I think this is which black cannot defend it at all.
It looks very difficult for black to defend. So for instance, we'll probably have to create some kind of counterplay, right?
Yes, but
But
no.
you see how the computer reacts to it. So basically the point is that white is just threatening
A promotion maybe.
a promotion by force, right? So
Yes.
a4, b6.
If you play bishop b8,
If bishop b8, then this one goes.
Yes. it's
And the king cannot
Cannot.
even cannot rescue here at all.
yes, it's the same as bishop d8.
And the same will be on bishop d8, exactly. So this is absolutely devastating here.
Yeah.
Of course, black would have to probably, so f5 is too early, so we would have to play bishop d6, but then your idea comes to mind, right? So
Yes.
for instance, we start pushing the king.
Or maybe we can play g4 first.
Yeah, and then here we need to understand. Maybe we want to stabilize, and I agree with you. G4 looks very good. Yes. The point is that you don't have G6.
Yes, you cannot play G6.
This is a very important point. And as black, I would be very, very worried to go into here.
Yes.
Because even if you don't see the win immediately, you feel that it can be just lost.
Yes. And I think for black, this position cannot be. No one can say I'm sure this is a draw, and I think when you do not know it's a draw, you can make sure this position is a draw. I think you should not exchange the queen.
And if you cannot exchange the queens, then you cannot also exchange the rooks.
Yes, I think so.
Yes?
Yes, because after rook d8, queen d5 is full.
Absolutely. So
yes.
because you will not be able to tolerate the queen on d5, right? You will have to take it.
Yes.
So, by method of elimination, we came to the conclusion that probably rook d8, if you are not sure you can draw this bishop endgame, you just keep the rooks on the board, right?
Yes.
Whatever it means. Maybe it means that you never get to
Exchange it.
exchange it, but that's what you have to concede to. And Lei Tingjie is extremely concentrated, and she doesn't even sorry, she doesn't even bother to double along the d file. And this is kind of mind games, you know. Once your opponent showed that she's not ready to exchange the rooks, you can play against it, right? So, you don't even have to prevent it. You don't have to double along the d file because it's the same, right? The rook will not go to d8 because she already had the chance. She didn't go there. And Lei Tingjie played, I think, bishop a2?
Bishop d2.
Bishop d2,
yes.
sorry.
And Ju Wenjun played the rook a8 here, I think.
Let's see. Sorry.
Yes, and the bishop d2.
So, so she played, instead of rook b8, she played rook a8, and then bishop d2 was played, and it's black to play now.
Actually, I like the move bishop d2, not only because I throw the ball to you that you still cannot trade the rook on the d file, and I have planned to play bishop c3 to attack on e5.
Absolutely, yes.
Yes, and if you play f6, it will weaken your king side.
This is an extremely important. This is an extremely important point.
Yes, and as Alik, you showed us, white will want to play a5 sometimes. It's a very big plan. And bishop d2, maybe I will not play a5 next move, but I will tell you I can go a5 anytime.
Yeah.
You need to be careful. And
You better, yes.
yes,
And actually, you know, another thing, if, as you said, f6 is weakening the king, and it actually also weakens the e6
Yes.
square. So, for instance, if we could, if we imagine, let's say black
Yeah.
had to play already f6. So, if we imagine a position like this, so all of a sudden a move like rook d8 is a threat,
yes,
and the queen is positioned where it should be, right? So, yeah, and you know what? So the computer says it's only 0.3 or 4 points pawns advantage. It feels more. Yeah?
feels more, yes.
For a human, it feels kind of depressing to play with black.
Yes, actually, we see it at the first 4 matches. There is always some position like 0.00 or very close to 0.00, but we have a feeling that someone is better.
Yeah,
It's the
yes.
same feeling. It's the same feeling in this position. I think
Only amplified, yes, so only
Yeah.
even more.
if you close the bar, I will say I think maybe it's close to 1.0 advantage
Yes.
for white.
Actually, you know, I want to show, for instance, if I show you this position, and we had a very interesting position where the computer was saying +5 or something like that. It was somewhere.
I think you and Dana shoot sometimes.
Yeah, and we couldn't understand why. You remember, it was somewhere here. I don't remember exactly how we got there, but it was something like, okay, so we I don't remember anymore. But it was something like a5. The pawn was running. And there
Yes.
was some kind of an end game that went.
It's an endgame with pairs of bishops against the
yes,
bishop and the
yes,
knight.
yes,
And
yes.
some king and g3, king h4.
Yes.
Yes,
So it doesn't, to a human, it doesn't look that winning, right?
Yes.
But the computer was given like +5 or something
Yes.
like this. So it's like completely game over. Although here it just gives you this 0.3, and we have bishop c3 and f6 on the board. And you
Yeah.
see, what we noticed, Ju Wenjun, she played king f8,
Yeah.
preparing for this idea when
Couldn't
she
see.
has to play f6.
Yes.
So, so at least there is nothing on this diagonal that happens to her. But now actually the evaluation jumped to a pawn up for white, a
Yes.
whole 1.0 advantage, which is quite already a sizable advantage, right?
Yes. And Alec, I'm wondering why king f8 and f6 is a bad move, because to me this is very natural.
Absolutely, I agree with you. I totally agree with you. I was kind of hoping you would explain to me, but apparently, you know, so I think this position, the computer gives here only 0.3, not because this position is good, but
Yeah.
because it sees something. And I have to tell you, I don't understand what this line, but the main line goes queen c8 for some reason.
Yes.
So
this move makes me remember that once again, Lei Tingjie play white against the Ju Wenjun. There's queen d8, queen c8.
exactly, yes. So actually, this move makes me want to quit chess when I see these moves, because I see that I understand nothing.
Yes, I can only understand maybe rook e5. Black wants to play bishop f6 and bishop d4. This
Yeah, and then the bishop goes here, and at least, although again,
Yes, the
this
bar.
is not the point.
Yes.
The point is, for whatever reason, queen d7 here is played,
He wants to play queen a7, maybe.
and on rook d5, queen goes to d7. And we couldn't play queen d7 because the rook was on d5. So basically, black just gave the pawn just for one reason, for one. Okay. So now I understand what the whole plan is basically to move to get the queen to a7, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, I'm speechless.
I think this
As
is
George Costanza of Seinfeld said, Jerry, I'm speechless, I have no speech, right?
Yes.
So this is basically what I can say.
okay. Maybe queen c8, queen c7, queen a7. Yes, a plan, but I will play f6 before this.
Exactly. So as a human, you don't just give up pawns like they grow on trees, right? You try to cling to them. But apparently, after king f8, so and bishop c3 is okay, is an okay move. So after f6, Lei Tingjie played queen b3, which at least the computer does not disapprove. But somehow now the white does still have this big advantage of almost one pawn, and I fail to see the big difference. Why is it so bad now?
Yes, because seems queen c7, queen a7 is also the main idea of the computer.
But sure, you know, I think you're right that because of this weakness, so this is very important. And so for instance, now we have this square. So for instance, we can go back, and now the queen enters e6 is very important. So for instance, you cannot now play a queen a5 anymore because of queen e6, or even maybe we can first play a5. Maybe it's even more prudent to do that. And now queen e6 followed by rook d7 and b6 b7, it will be game over.
Wow.
Is it? No, is it that clear?
Maybe b6 first. Well,
we have b6, and then we can take and check and queen c7 even maybe, yes?
Yes, queen d6, bishop e7, queen c7.
Yeah. And if you have to play like that,
then maybe just take
the pawn. Yeah. So this should be somehow losing, or at least when you calculate, you stop your calculation.
Yes, stop here. Yes. And actually, I found another interesting line, but I'm not sure it's good or not.
It doesn't matter. Interesting is good. It's always good.
Here, maybe white, instead of rook d2, maybe I can try rook d3. I have a point like... Yes, I think you know what I said.
Oh, you're playing... This is the second... you're just... you know, when all your opponent's pieces are tied up in on one flank, right?
Yes.
On the queen side, you can switch to the king side and play with all your pieces against a lone king.
Yes, and but to be honest, this is just a plan across my mind. In the game, I think I will have no encourage to do this. Yes.
Yeah, but you know, but you have this option, and then as a black, you have to consider it.
Yes.
And as a white, you have this or that or the other, and
other things. Actually, the first thing when I saw this position, after when we see it at we thought about rook d3 before. The first thing I want to say is I want to keep my king to g6.
That would be so beautiful.
Yes, there's some very interesting games. I think I don't know who
the Nigel Short kind of maneuver.
Do this, but I know it's impossible here because black always have queen e8 or queen e6, something to just keep your king cannot into the white squares. But for black, you need to be careful about rook d3, rook g3, or king climbing. These ideas, maybe it's impossible for white to think about, but for the defender, you need to
Absolutely.
defend it.
This is yeah, a great point. And actually, you know, now all those end games are now even worse for black because of what you
Yeah.
said, because of this weakness, because the king would have to kind of stay on the kings. Although you can argue that G6
guess.
is always an option. So Lei Tingjie played, Ju Wenjun played Queen E8. So she,
Yes.
we should remind ourselves and our viewers, she is the world champion. She is an extremely strong, tenacious defender.
Yes.
This will not be easy.
It will
By
not
any
be.
means. It is not going to be easy to convert. She played Queen E8 and maybe, so maybe she is ready to reconsider and play Rook D8. Maybe not. Maybe it's not the point. Maybe she wants to just keep stay. Yeah. Let's see how we improve. Okay, so we have this beautiful
Yes.
position, but we need to make move. We need to make progress. You know, I would consider sometimes ideas like that.
Yes. Or maybe
but
G3 first.
or yeah, or maybe not suicide. Prepare it first. But I think this can be valid at some point to create another weakness like
Yes.
that.
To me here, F4 is a move to exchange the host situation of the board.
Yes.
Yes, if you don't play F4, the river is silent.
Absolutely. Yes.
But if you do it, you will also let all the black pieces come out.
Right, and I agree. This is not the right. I don't think this is the right way to approach this position, because you really want to keep the genie in the bottle. Yes.
Yes.
Okay, but how we improve? So we have a very beautiful position, but we still,
Yes.
and you know, it might well be that your plan is actually a very strong one, but maybe not
But
reveal it
yes.
too quickly. So
Actually, I'm thinking about, should I put my king into the queen side here?
so it can protect a4 maybe, yes?
Yes, first I can protect a4. Second, if you wants to exchange the rook in the future, my king on queen side almost makes the position winning, because I can exchange it and queen d5 exchange the queen, just a5, and my king is already on c4 b3 this
Wow,
square.
this is a great idea. I think if it works, it will be fun, and no reason why it shouldn't work, right? Because
Yes,
there are no open lines here, no open files.
open files, yes. And as Alik you said, if I play rook d3, rook g3, this winning attack, black maybe have queen f7, and after the exchange, my a4 pawn is hanging. So maybe I put my king on b3. Then, if I
Just to illustrate, let me just show what you mean, because this is very important. Let's say black just waits for one move, and then when you go there, yeah, what the rook is at the worst possible place.
yes,
And we just exchange, and of course, if white exchanges, as you can see at the bar, it's black who is completely winning here.
yes,
But as you are saying, had the king been placed on b3, it would still be probably white winning, because we don't let this pawn hang, and then bring the rook back, and the king enters.
yes.
So this is a very interesting idea that you suggested. But then black would have maybe...
Yes,
if-
you need to be careful about some queen g6, queen h5.
Exactly. So queen g6, queen h5 might be some counterplay for black.
Yes. Especially when your king is on the square e2, d2 in the middle of the...
Yes, and these are, I always feel that whenever you run with your king to the other side. These are the most dangerous
Yes.
squares to pass, you know. And if you manage to do that, then you're okay.
Yes.
But Lei Tingjie played g3, as you suggested, basically. So
Yeah, G3 I think is a very natural move to make sure I can play F4 all the time. And
if I want, yeah,
if I
right?
want,
I'm
yeah.
not sure, but this is another headache for black, right? Something
Yes.
to worry about.
A big threat to worry about.
Yes.
After I play G3, you need to be careful it. From now to I play the F1.
Absolutely, I agree. Absolutely, and this. Okay, but now, for instance, if I play Queen C8, attacking this one, then do you play H4 or do you play King G2 here?
I think King G2
King
first.
G2, yes.
Because H4 gives some Queen G4.
Okay, let me play for black first.
Okay.
This I can play.
Yes.
Move from C8 to E8.
Actually, I don't want to play F4 now to give some counterplay for black. Queen G6 after EF GF take.
Right. I think this would be a concession on white's part.
Yes.
I agree with you.
But how can I improve the position?
I asked the question first.
For example, I play H4.
Yeah, I know nothing about.
And I play F3. Can I play F3? Queen E8.
It's not pleasant to play to be able to play like
Yes.
those two moves, but maybe sometimes you have to.
Actually, I think Queen C8 and Queen E8 are good because if I want to play King F2 to the Queen side, you can play Queen C8 and Queen H3. I cannot really move the King out of G2, I think. And if I want to play F4, your Queen on if your Queen is on E8, you can take and Queen G6, and if
As you showed, yes.
Yes, and if your Queen on C8, you can take and check on G4. So I cannot easily improve the position. Actually, if I play white, I will choose to play G4, and but I'm not sure you can play H5 or not. If you don't play H5, I will play H5 next and move the king to queen side.
Okay. So this is actually a very possible move. But I would love if I could, of course, but I don't think I can. If I could have this pawn on H5,
Yes.
then I would love, for instance, to threaten to move the rook back to say D1 or D2, play something like Queen E6, force you to exchange. So basically, what I'm saying that with the pawn on H5, this march with the king would be if I'm. And you can never, now you cannot stop me so much, right? Because even if you play king, for instance, king f7, let's just, to make it a bit clearer what I mean. So basically, let's say we have this endgame, right?
Yes.
So now my point is that I want to run here.
Yes.
Right? And if you need to play something like g6 and we take, then whenever I open here, I get the break here, and this pawn starts to run, you can never run with your king to help.
Yes.
So this might be a winning endgame, but maybe I'm just, it's maybe just wishful thinking, because...
But I really liked your style of, because it's very, I don't know how to describe it. It's very gentle.
Yes.
and the white has no any risk.
Yeah,
this
this is the point. Exactly, I agree.
And I really like these moves because for maybe I see I mean amateur, maybe he will like to see the moves like attacking and sacrificing and winning a game. But for me, I really like some moves like this h5 and just keep you cannot move anything, and I have my plans slowly and gently, just like Anatoly Karpov plays a lot of games like this.
Exactly, and I have to say,
and I want to say it,
Yeah.
sorry, and even if, for example, I play black to play a very strong grandmaster, he played h5 and some moves like you to win against me. After I losing the game, I don't know why I lose.
yeah, it happened to me quite a few times that at the end of the game you don't know why you lost the game.
Yes,
Yeah.
and even I checked the computer said it's 0.5, 0.6, and it increased very little, and then I lost. No blunders for me, but I cannot hold the position.
Yeah, this is great
the
point.
beauty of chess, I think.
I remember I was extremely impressed. I was a young player and I played an old Russian grandmaster, a Grandmaster Bagirov, I think. And I had exactly the same. So I played my opening, which I know well, and by the end they make, well, to my understanding back then, I didn't make any serious mistake, but
Yeah.
slowly but surely I just lost the game like that. Yeah, like this h5 here, a5 there,
Yes.
g3, b3, and it can be very disheartening. You are totally right. You know, this Ju Wenjun is doing exactly what. Sorry, no, f4 is our analysis, but she has played after g3. She has played queen c8, king g2,
Yep.
and she went back to e8 with the queen. So she's basically doing the same that we resorted to because. Black has really not much else to do.
Yes.
How do we proceed with so we said f3, I like the move, but
Yes.
the f3 is a move that you know, that you say, I'm a bit cautious with the move like f3, because for instance, if black is ever to take on a4 and the lines that we saw, right, that we play queen
Yes.
e6 and rook d7, and with the pawn on f4 on f3, there would suddenly the king is much more exposed. There are chances of
Yes.
perpetuals and stuff. I
Or
would
maybe
be worried.
Yes. Maybe black can sometimes sacrifice the e7 bishop to make the queen and rook outside to make some pepper check.
Yes, exactly. So how do we proceed? And our opponent just showed us that she's not going to do anything stupid,
Yes.
right? She's going to just wait and show me how you. And it's kind of, you know, now it's a bit reversed compared to the last two games, right? Where Ju Wenjun was pressing in those positions, and Lei Tingjie had to defend the unpleasant position. Now
Yes.
it's the other way around. I love this dynamics of the match. There is no clear edge to any player.
Yes. Maybe you are better in last game and I'm better in
Exactly.
this game.
Exactly, and
It's very
even in the same style, right? So you cannot
Yes.
say you were better in a positional play, but now it's sharp tactical. I'm better. No,
Yeah.
you were better yesterday in a positional game, and I'm better today in a positional game. So this is an excitingly even match. The players are evenly matched. And both are. So Lei Tingjie made her 40th move.
with h4.
She did play h4, kind of as we expected, right?
Yes. I think h4 is the move is the easiest move to play on the three kingside pawns. No.
Yeah, that's the move that you know. Okay, I'm probably not making anything horrible with
Yes.
this, right? And I think she wants to close. As you said, I think I really loved your idea. Eventually, I kind of
Like
so to play
G4?
G4, to play F3. So basically, when we play this, we don't close
Yes.
the queen side for ourselves. We close it for our opponent, right?
Yes.
So if we really need to, we will still be able
Still
to play
be
four.
able, yes.
And now I really like your idea to run with the king to b3. And you know what? I think the computer is also starting to get this idea. So for instance, let's just imagine if this is to happen. So if black keeps moving back and forth,
Yeah.
the king goes to here. You
Yes.
see, guys, that the bar is already on +2. So, so it does improve the position quite a lot. Although, for some reason, after, I don't understand why it even
Yes.
like that. And then our next move will be, for instance, if black just does nothing, right? Keeps doing
Yes.
nothing. So our next stop would be to play rook d1, right?
Yeah, I think so. Rook
And
D1.
start entering with our and start basically exchanging the the heavy pieces, right?
Yes.
And this is
And black
big
even-
trouble for black.
Yes. Black cannot even play king e8. I have queen g8.
Right.
Yes, he
this is-
cannot move the king to queen side.
As we said, the pawns they cannot move
Yeah.
back. The best move in this position would be f6, f7, like, I think, right?
Yes. And put bishop out of the.
And then the bishop would suddenly, wow, get some life, and wow, what a life would that be?
Yes.
But unfortunately for black, this is not so legal to do in this game. And I think Ju Wenjun is taking her time because she needs to. Now it's a critical moment because
Yeah.
if she moves if she goes with the queen to c8, she allows that, and I think she's considering a move like g5 or g6.
Yes.
She's trying to evaluate whether she must play it now or she can somehow go without it. But she must not forget, she hasn't made move 40 yet.
Yes.
She only has 2.5. Well, it's a lot of time. 2.5 minutes for one move. It's a lot of time. But things have happened in the past,
Yes.
right? People have forgotten about the time control. Of course, I don't think there is any chance Ju Wenjun will forget to make
Yeah.
a move because,
Yes.
as we can see, right?
She already saw the clock.
She looked at the clock. She's well aware of the situation. Again, not an easy decision, not an easy position to defend. But if anyone can defend, of course, it's the world champion Ju Wenjun.
Yes. Actually, I think the 14th move to make the decision is really unlucky. I have to say yes.
Yeah, but you know, in this position, she will have so many unlucky decisions. NH5
Yeah.
is played.
It's a big decision.
It's a very big decision, and agreed. And I don't think though, and the computer does not like it at all.
Yes.
So if we had before H5, the computer was giving a 0.9 advantage to white. After after H5, the advantage jumps to 1.6. Do you see why is that?
Honestly, I haven't seen why. And for me, H5 is a good move.
Yeah, it looks very human, very natural. My guess would be that once we start playing on the queen side, So h5 might become some kind of a weakness. This is just, I'm not basing it yet on any kind of calculations, just a general idea. Another thing which might come to mind is that we wanted to play f4, right? So now after f4, for instance, let's consider for a second, if the queen goes to c8, so is f4 a move now? And then and now all of a sudden, if you take, then this is checkmate, and
it's just winning for white.
And now, yeah, if you cannot take on f4 after f4, then even though you have queen g4,
but I can.
The if e2 square is controlled, so there is really nothing important, nothing to be done by black there. So maybe for this reason, h5 is a bit problematic.
Yes. Let's say it's easily. If I play, for example, bishop d2, or I just play a random move.
Let's play a random move, yes?
Yes, because I think now g6 for black is also a difficult move. Because if you play g6, it means I can play f4. You cannot play queen g6.
Right, right. Yes, this is a very valid point.
Yes, and you are weakening your kingside pawn.
Also, all of a sudden, these are weakened. Although the computer doesn't like this idea for white at all, apparently it goes rook d8 and starts exchanging, and for some reason here it's considered to be okay for black. This is a bit beyond me. Why? Maybe because the h4 will be weak, and or maybe on move you know 25 moves from now it sees some kind of a trick which makes the draw. I would be really worried about this position for black, but the computer actually is suggesting bishop d2 here. The point is that you by this it prevents g6 because then it just wins material by that. By rook d8. Oh, this is actually checkmate in one.
Oh,
a beautiful one.
Yes.
So, actually, any rook move is a checkmate here. Amazingly enough.
Yes.
Surprisingly and amazingly, it just goes to show you how unfortunately black pieces are placed and how strong are the bishop and the queen.
Yeah.
So, do you think Lei will play bishop d2? It's not entirely obvious move to make, but I think she's absolutely capable to see this.
Yes.
To see that g6 is probably in black's favor to play that, and she has played. I think she has played bishop d2. Wow, she is.
I think so. I saw the bishop.
Extremely strong.
Yes.
Bishop.
Let's memory the first game. She surprised us with a bishop e2. Do you remember it?
Yes. Yes.
And this bishop d2
is very similar. Yes.
Yes, very similar.
And yesterday, the only move bishop d6. Yes.
Yes.
So, and you know, we spoke. Dana and I. We spoke about the press conference where when she was asked by Anna what's her favorite piece.
Yes.
If it's a bishop or a knight, because we had this. She had a pair of bishops all the time, and I loved her answer. She said, "I like strong pieces, good pieces. I don't care which one, but I like strong pieces." So
it is same as if I ask her, you are good at middle game or end game, she will say, I'm good at the position. I'm better. It means if you give me a good knight, I will play the knight. If you give me a good bishop, I will play the bishop.
Yeah.
I can play everything.
Absolutely. Okay, so she has made bishop d2, and Ju Wenjun is having a lot of things to think about, because now, for instance, Queen C8 she needs to consider F4. Not an easy choice for her to make. And guys, I think we will take this opportunity to take a short break after the time control, and we will be back with you very shortly. So don't go anywhere, and see you on the other side of this break.
Yes.
Hi, and welcome to the recap of Game 4 of the World Championship match between Ju Wenjun and Lei Tingjie. Today we had an exciting game, although it ended in a draw, but the emotions were high, and Ju Wenjun was very close to scoring the first victory in this match. It all started quite promising for Lei Tingjie, who played black, and after d4, d5, and the Queen's Gambit, she surprised her opponent with the opting for Queen's Gambit accepted, and Ju Wenjun went for the most aggressive e4 line as opposed to e3. But Lei Tingjie was extremely prepared once again. She's showing very great preparation so far. This is all been tested before, also on highest levels in the chess world. And the first surprise novelty of the game came here when Lei Tingjie played h6, preventing white from the knight from jumping to g5, attacking the king side. And by this time, after a few moves later, here black sacrificed the pawn, as we see many times in this match already. A third time that Lei Tingjie goes for a pawn sacrifice for a long-term initiative. And this proves to be a very sound strategy by the challenger. At this point, she was already 40 minutes ahead on the clock. At this point, she had 1 hour, 35 minutes on her clock, whereas Ju Wenjun had only less than 50 minutes left on her clock. And here, but still, the world champion, after a long thought, decided not to repeat moves with bishop e3 here, and here after knight d5 she decided not to repeat move with the bishop d2, but went for bishop c1. Not a very trivial decision by her, because although white does have an extra pawn, black's pieces are extremely well positioned. The pawn on d4 is weak and it's targeted. All black pieces are very well positioned, whereas white is lacking any good, any concrete plan. But still, Ju Wenjun decided to continue to play, and it almost paid off. Rook a8, after the rook exchanges, black placed her pieces as ideally as possible. And now after queen b8, it looked as black is actually taking over the game, although being a pawn down. Rook is going to, the queen is going to play to go to b6. The rook is going to go to a8. But here the world champion found a very, very strong move, queen a5, preventing this plan. And the point being is that without playing queen b6, black will also not have a very anything concrete to play. So this forces, basically forces black to exchange the queens, liquidating into this endgame, which again white is a pawn up, but black has at least sufficient compensation for this pawn because all black's pieces are extremely well coordinated. White's pawns in the center are blocked and are easy targets for black pieces. But all in all, we can say that the balance remains intact. However, both players, actually, it was a very interesting situation that we got the feeling that both players are playing for a win, are trying to exhaust their chances for a win. And here we could see that after a knight f4, g takes f4, this position is unbalanced. Black has a pair of bishops as a compensation for the pawn. But White found, and here we see that both players kind of maxed out on their abilities to improve the pieces. White cannot move either of the knights because whenever you move one knight, the black bishop will capture the other, and the pawn on d4 will fall with a better position for black. So it was we had the feeling that both players ran out of improving moves, and Ju Wenjun played king f1, Lei Tingjie played king f8, which are actually the best moves. As many of the moves the players made, they are following the top 2-3 lines of the computer suggestion. And here, knight c3, knight a2 is a very important resource. The knight on c3 was trying to get a grip of the position. White was threatening here to play bishop c4, transferring the knight to e2 and then to f4. Therefore, it's very important to exchange this knight, which Lei Tingjie brilliantly does and spots this positional importance of exchanging this knight. And now Ju Wenjun is transferring the other knight to attack the pawn on f4, leaving the pawn on b3 unattended. And this exchange of pawns created a very interesting unbalanced position where black has a pair of bishops and a passed pawn, but white has an extra pawn of her own, which kind of balance each other, but the game is not easy to play. And here, one move before the time control, black actually made the only serious mistake in the game, which cannot even be called a mistake. She missed a tempo with bishop a3. Instead, she would be better to start pushing the pawn on b5, as it would this tempo would prove to be very crucial compared to the game down the road. However, Lei Tingjie played bishop a3, and now after d5, e takes d5, knight takes d5, she played bishop c5. It looked as if she's trying to play for a win here, and it actually does look on general principles, it does look very promising for black because of the very strong bishop pair and the far passed pawn on the b file. However, the problem of black's position here is the weak king on f8 and the mating nets. After Ju Wenjun played a knight f6, there are many mating ideas. For instance, if black plays b5 here, there is a very strong bishop f3 idea, and if bishop takes f3, rook d8, and the king is mated either on e7 or on g7. And hadn't black missed this move, this tempo with bishop a3, black pawn would already be on b5, and she would have been able to play the pawn to b4, which would be a tremendous difference because the pawn is much closer to promotion, which would force white to take a lot more care. However, in this game, in this position, Lei Tingjie found the best way to defend. She put the rook on the second rank, and it's still the position still remains quite balanced. And now rook b4, very strong maneuver, forcing G3 and then going to back to the third rank, attacking the pawns again. You can see that the white king is cut off due to those strong bishop pair. Ju Wenjun had nothing else but to exchange the bishops and go into an opposite color bishop ending, which seemed to be as should be drawn. It is drawn, but is far more tricky than it seems in the first place, in the first sight. And Ju Wenjun found extremely good practical chances to pose problems for her opponent. And it should be said that Lei Tingjie was down to her last 2-3 minutes at this point, which made the task of defending the position much more difficult for her. Rook e3 is a very good move, keeping an eye on e5, preventing the pawn from advancing to e5, but it is clear that black has to play precisely, which is very hard to do with minutes on the clock. Rook e7, bishop e7 is still a good move. f6 is a very committal move. Actually, white had a very interesting opportunity here to play bishop h5. The idea being that on f takes e5, white goes f5, and you cannot prevent white from playing f6, winning the bishop, and with it the game. Therefore, black cannot play f takes e5. Black would have to go f5 herself, and this might have been the best chance for white to win. Instead, Lei Tingjie Ju Wenjun played e6 here, and after h5, bishop f5, h4, bishop g4, black had the best way for black to defend here was to play rook. She checked on g3, which is a slight miscalculation. It was better to keep the rook, to keep the pawn protected, not giving checks, because after rook g3, bishop c5 check, king f1, it's very difficult to see that the difference. King e2 was the better way to play by white. The threat is rook f7. Black would have to retreat back to e7. Now white plays f5, attacking the pawn on b6. And the point being that now after rook b3 protecting the pawn, white would go king d2, threatening rook b8 and rook e8. And black does not have a good defense against this, as opposed to the game, which was very similar, but the difference being that now black has an extra tempo, and due to this tempo, black manages to put the pawn on b4, which is protected by the bishop, freeing the rook to run across the third rank. And now a very critical, with 1 minute on the clock, Lei Tingjie had to dodge the bullet with and avoid playing bishop c5, because now after e7, rook e3 loses to rook c8 and the bishop is getting lost. However, after she correctly spotted bishop d6, the point is that now with the bishop on f4, rook goes to e3 and it is a draw. Ju Wenjun was trying to find another opportunities to try for a win, but being short on time herself, she eventually decided to call it a day. And all in all, a very exciting draw, but the score is still level, 2 points each. Tomorrow is a free day, and we will be back with round 5 and of this very exciting and high quality match. Stay tuned.
场赛对抗赛第4个时间场。
Game 4 of the World Championship match between Ju Wenjun and Lei Tingjie ended in a spectacular draw. Down to her last minute, Lei Tingjie managed to save the game in a very tricky position despite all the attempts by Ju Wenjun. A fantastic battle.
比较熟悉。
对于我来说，尤其是这2盘棋，然后可能下的会艰难一点。我觉得我对手这2盘下的不错，我觉得他应该要出击了。只是说结果看上去很平稳，但是我觉得其实已经战斗起来了。
Welcome back, everybody. This is the final period of the game game number 5 between the world champion Ju Wenjun and the challenger Lei Tingjie. And we have all the chances, Shu, we have all the chances to see our first decisive game today.
Yes, I think the position when we just have a rest is totally better for white, and that's the most the biggest advantage in the whole match from the first game till now, I think.
Yes, absolutely, and this is definitely now Lei's game to lose, right?
Yes.
If she doesn't convert it, it will be. I don't even want to think about her emotions if she doesn't win that.
Yes, but as you said, Alik, who can draw this, hold this position? It's world champion Ju Wenjun. Yes,
absolutely. I totally agree. Ju Wenjun is an extremely tenacious defender. However, at the end of the day, it's the position that matters, and so we left here after Lei Tingjie played bishop d2 and what do you say about this move, queen rook b8?
I think it is. First, I want to say it's not a good move, because if white play f4 now, and black has to play e takes f4, and bishop f4 well gives white a
this is a tempo, yes.
Yes,
a very
tempo,
important
yes.
tempo.
And this is very important, because you have to play a rook move. If a rook is on a8, I think you can try to play some queen g6 or something to make some counterplay. But here you have to play a rook move, and e5 maybe will just destroy the position.
e5, yes, this is a point. And if I play, for instance, rook d8 here, is it possible?
No, I think white can play bishop c7, which is another threat of bishop f4.
Very, very annoying. Sorry, I will get it right. This pawn is going to be lost, and then nothing can stop this pawn from moving.
Yes.
Wow. Rook b8. It should be said, though, that the position is quite difficult already, right? So rook b8 is is a slight mistake, but that's not what would really change
Yes.
matters a lot here, because the big problem was the position, and h5 made it even worse, right? So this
Yes.
is what we can say. However, of course, it is still early to call it a day. Of course, rook b7, preventing bishop c7.
Yes.
And the rook, maybe
Rook d7.
black wants to play rook d7. And queen e2 played by Lei Tingjie.
Yes. Queen 2 seems a good move.
Seems very good, because well, as Magnus Carlsen likes to say, the first thing he always tries to do is to prevent counterplay from his opponents, right?
Yes.
So, and queen e2 does exactly that. So you don't have a rook
Rook
d7
d7.
because the h5 pawn is hanging.
Yes.
And
You
if-
have to defend.
You have to defend, but now I am thinking, what happens if we check? Oh, then king g8, h7 would go, right?
Yeah.
Because I was, for a second, I was thinking that if you have to go there, then simple queen c4,
It's winning.
and it's just game over, of course. But after g6, can't we power through with e5, for instance?
I think yes.
Because the king is suddenly so
Yeah.
weak.
The bar said Alik e5 is the best move. I think.
I have to admit that I first saw the computer suggestion, and then I suggested e5, so it's
Yes.
not my suggestion to make.
But I think e5 is very.
It's very natural, right?
Yes.
After you play a4, you kind of know that you want to
Yeah.
play a e5. Otherwise, why did you even bother?
Especially, I want to. I just think about the position because rook b8 for Ju Wenjun is really a mistake. I don't want to say it's a blunder, but a mistake. But I want to say this position, maybe Black's best move is to not move the piece.
Yeah,
So
if you could do that, if you could do that, just like like in poker, you just check,
yes,
check.
Yes.
So unfortunately, you cannot do that
Yes.
in chess. But it's actually it would be an interesting version of chess, to play chess with an option to make a check.
Yes.
However, so rook b8 has been played. Actually, even if you had played something like rook c8, yeah, that's what you are meaning, right? So
yeah.
the rook on a8 is the best place for the rook, because now there would be a move like a5.
Yes. And the rook b5 actually is defend on a5.
Exactly. So yes. But what is played has been played. Rook b8 has been played. f4, bishop takes, rook b7, queen e2, g6, and now Lei Tingjie is thinking. Let's try to see how bad is it for black if white plays e5, and what is the other move. Maybe there are other options
Yes.
to consider, because somehow I have a feeling that e5 is not the only move.
Yes. As you said, Magnus said, I don't want to give my opponent to play some counterplay. Maybe we can try something like queen. I don't know, d3, d2, d1, which position?
To prevent it, to take care of the d file, yes?
Yes. And maybe next I will play e5.
So,
And the bar said is.
the bar said just ha.
Yes.
Basically the very same, in those very words. And it goes king g7, and apparently that if black, and you remember also when we looked at the position after h5, so bishop d2 was a very key move to make, because if we waited for one move, then after g6, king g7,
Yes.
all of a sudden the computer says, okay, there is no big advantage anymore, right? So with all the beauty of the position and this whole domination of the pieces, and us having this kick of the beauty of the position. The computer is not really impressed. It's only half a pawn here, not winning by any means, right? And here as well. So in this position, if we wait, sorry, so rook f4, queen e2, g6. So if we make a waiting move, the computer says that after king g7, if we are not fast enough, then all of a sudden this is just imagine, guys, this the computer gives this as a 0.08.
Yeah.
Only 0.08 advantage, virtually a drawish position after king g7. So this is not just a winning position, it is a very concretely winning position, and the move to win is e5 immediately. But guess what? Lei played it. Lei played it, and you can see on Ju's expression, she does not like this position at all.
Yes.
Let's try to understand though, what is so horrible here about the position. First of all, let's see what happens if we take.
Yes, I think queen e5.
Queen e5.
Yes, make really sense.
You remember when black played f6? Then all of a sudden the queen came to c4, and there were problems along this diagonal. Now after g6, there are problems on this diagonal, right?
Yes.
But these problems will be deadly.
Yes.
So we cannot allow king h8. What happens if I play king g8? How do you win?
This is.
I have a strange suggestion, something like this, but I cannot make it work. So my idea was like, if I check on e6, then if you go somewhere here, then it's
yes,
mate.
it's a checkmate.
But now you can run away with the king. Oh, you actually cannot run. Look at this. This is a fantastic win. Wow. So, but how? Somehow the bar says, there is just
king
a
G7,
simple king g7 and bishop f6. So rook d8 does not work. But the bar says,
yeah.
So this is the point, but this is absolutely crazy. So this is not the point, because then again we have king g7 winning.
Yes.
But the point is that this rook is unfortunate.
Yes,
right?
queen d5.
So simply we just capture the queen, the rook, and after that the pawn will just promote.
I think after queen d5 it's just a queen up.
But I think and yes, and I think Lei has seen it, because
yes. But I think after king g8, white if white cannot find it, rook c5, there are other winning moves.
Maybe even something like go back.
Okay,
or
rook
d6.
d2. I think maybe not good. I want to play
but it's still a big advantage. But
yes.
It's not winning by force, which was before the move, but it's still a winning position for white.
Or maybe some moves, like if I play bishop d2 instead of rook d2.
This makes a lot of sense, actually. Yes. To move.
Anyway, I think for black to play in this position. This is beautiful.
In this position, you can find all kinds of ideas, but somehow the computer says it's 0-0-0 here somehow. Because we blunder.
Actually, I think rook d8 does not.
King g7, I think. I also thought. I also jumped at the queen d8, rook d8. It looks so beautiful, but king g7. And all of a sudden, it's a draw.
Yes. I totally missed the king g7.
So queen f7. Actually, a queen f7 is an important resource for black to defend. But okay, let's say I think f takes e5 is not something. It's not the best
Yes.
move. I think,
Yes.
right?
I think, of course, you will not try f takes e5. I think, can I play rook d7 here? Because I really don't want your rook, bishop, queen, all the pieces on the attacking. Now, if I can exchange some
Please,
pieces.
yeah, absolutely. And you can hope maybe if I play this, then there
yes.
is yes. So you can always it's a trap. Why not? Yes.
Yeah.
And actually, even if we take here,
No.
this is also might be very bad news.
Wow, e takes f6. Does queen a8 forced? Because
No, maybe you can take. Yeah.
yes, rook d5 is also works.
But look at this beautiful line. There is queen e6 here, threatening mate in one.
Yes. And how can black to?
Somehow it all ends up in a draw after queen f7, and I think this is the best white can have here is a perpetual.
Yes.
You take here.
Bishop g5. I can take on rook.
Bishop g5 you can even take with the rook, I
yes.
think, yes. Unbelievable. The resourcefulness of this game is pure beauty.
Yes.
So,
I think
okay.
I think if you are not a fan of Ju Wenjun and not for Lei Tingjie, just want to watch a beautiful game. This game for sure, and you have it all. You have a positional play. I think you will have a lot of tactics, and you have emotions. Yes.
Now, Ju Wenjun, as emotional, I think now she's as emotional as I've ever seen her because.
Yes, she looks a little bit nervous
Yes,
here.
absolutely.
We can see more emotions from Nipple and Ding's match.
No, but they're extremely. Queen rook d7, queen f3.
Yes,
it
it's
might be
stopped,
very unpleasant for you because
I
if you
have
take on d5, then queen d5, I'm threatening mate in
mating.
one,
Yes, and queen on d5 is just.
and maybe I even have some intermezzo. Do I
Yes.
want to play that, or do I want to just take? The bar said I don't want to take, but it's still. How do you defend here?
Yes, I think take on d5. My queen is just a boss. How can you?
If you go here, then I go e6.
Yes, e6 is just a winning. And bishop c7.
Bishop c7, queen d7.
Yes.
a5 is a threat, I
Yes,
think,
no,
right?
no, a5 is winning. Next
a5
move.
is next move. and
Yes,
it's
or
just
queen
game
d7.
over.
Yeah.
Oh, not a pleasant position, to say the very least. Not a pleasant position.
Yes.
After e5.
So after e5, can I play queen a8 instead? Because you know, e takes f7, rook d7. You said it. It's a draw.
So this is the idea. The idea behind queen a8, and queen a8 actually is a very tricky move. I think though that quite unfortunately for black, a simple queen f3.
But now what I want to play is queen a4. But if it doesn't work, just I have no idea how to do with this position.
I will be extremely surprised if it works. So, for instance, if I take, so this is just one check, right? On c2, I always have this king h3,
and you have no checks after king h3.
and if you take here, then somehow it should. Well, I think that even a simple
yes,
bishop g5, winning the bishop, should be enough.
yeah, it's just lost for black.
A very, very unfortunate position for Ju Wenjun, the world champion. It has to be said. She is in trouble in this game so far. I would say ever since the opening, she chose this plan in the opening to play knight e5 followed by c5.
Yes.
Her position was always suspicious a little bit. And it can be argued that perhaps what you suggested, knight e5 g6 or rook e8, maybe it was.
Or maybe even e takes d4 is a mistake.
Or maybe even the e takes d4 is already some concession. Maybe bishop d7, because I think in the analysis of his game against Wesley So, and he analyzed his game against was it Grishuk, right, or who was it? So he kind of said that d4 is nothing special, because after bishop d7 black has no problems whatsoever. So maybe that was the key moment, after which it was pressure by white, pressure extremely well handled, right?
Yes.
Again, the computer said that somewhere around here, actually not somewhere, exactly around here,
Yeah.
black had the chance. Where was it? Was it here, right?
Yes.
So
some
here
queens-
it played some strange queen c8, followed by if rook e5, queen d7, and then queen a7, and if not, then queen c7, a7. And the computer claimed that it's close to equality, but it's not even close to equality, I think, right? It's,
yes.
not from a human perspective. So, all in all, very difficult position for Ju Wenjun from the very beginning, and a very impressive technique by Lei.
Yes. I think the last thing unlucky for Ju Wenjun today is she has to make a decision at move 40. Before the
yes,
time
you're
control.
right.
Yeah.
I forgot about this exactly. Thank you for reminding. So here, this move 40,
Yes.
decision by black to play h5, very natural, right? We said it
Yes.
here, a very natural thing to want to prevent your player, your opponent from playing, from closing this
King side.
king side for you. But it turned out that this creates a very serious weakness on g6, which would force black eventually to play g6, which we saw, right?
Yes.
Lei Tingjie played f4, followed by queen e2, forcing black to weaken even more. So this is the positional justification behind all this. Before opening up the game, before playing e5, very important to play queen e2. Forcing black to weaken the king even more, to weaken this diagonal.
Yes. And don't forget it. As we said, maybe Ju Wenjun made some bad decisions in the game, but don't forget, Lei Tingjie almost played all the moves correct,
Absolutely.
especially after 40 moves. Bishop d2, queen e2, f4, and e5.
Yeah.
This
Not
move-
trivial, not trivial at all, yes?
Yes.
And you know, this feeling, I really sympathize with Ju Wenjun. You have these positions where every line you calculate
Yes.
is horrible. This one is
Yeah.
bad, this one is worse, this one is losing, and you know, and you're sitting there and you cannot find any chance to continue. This is a horrible, horrible feeling. I've never played a world championship match, but I
Yeah.
can imagine
Yeah.
that it's
Yes.
X times worse when you are playing the world championship match. And but look at Lei Tingjie. She is focused, razor sharp focused, and not. She knows that's her chance. She knows she's about to score an extremely important point.
Yes.
And you know, she's about to be leading in a world championship match. I mean,
Yeah.
there is no other way to say that. And she wants to make sure she's absolutely not giving up any chance to her opponent.
Yes.
But okay, what do you think Ju Wenjun will do? Can she try to muddy the waters a little bit with G5?
G5.
Or is it suicide?
Actually, I even don't think about this move before, so I
Well,
need to
my
see this.
hope was that if you take and
Yes.
I kind of keep, at least I keep the E file closed,
And the Queen G6, King G7, you cannot break me immediately.
at least not immediately. Yeah, probably you can, but not immediately. But here I would be concerned, of course. And okay, my point is that if you, for instance, take on
Yes.
F6, then G takes F4. You know, all kinds of
Maybe you
things
are-
can happen.
Yes, maybe you are upper pawn, but for me, it's a chance for me to make for draw.
Absolutely. So, how do we proceed? So maybe still take, yes?
Yes, maybe take.
And just go back. The bar didn't like my last move, yeah?
Yes, here I.
But what does he want me to do? Ah, it just goes E6.
But how about I take the bishop,
Yeah, I don't know what it means. Check.
King G8 is forced.
G8 and maybe Rook F7.
Ah, yes, Rook F7, Queen H5, Queen E4,
And
Queen E5.
Suddenly, yeah, this is
Everywhere.
looks quite overwhelming. And the problem is that you cannot really bail out with this one, right? Because first of all, I'm pretty sure you will you will lose the rook by force.
Yes.
But even if you don't, I think even
think-
some
Yes.
simple G takes F4 with these two pawns, it's quite hopeless for
Yes,
black.
it's also winning. Yeah, and actually I think 12 minutes is not difficult to find Rook F5, Rook F7.
Yeah, for Lei Tingjie, I think
Yeah.
she can find it at 3 a.m. with her eyes closed. I
Yes.
think. But
Yes.
what?
So actually, I think maybe F takes E5 and King G8 is the best chance for black here.
Maybe.
Yes.
I will not be. I would not be surprised, actually. Yes.
Yes, because actually Rook C5 is a move. Maybe you will forgot you can play this.
Yeah, this is not true. I agree. And all of it, and this is actually quite important. Quite important is that this resource, and maybe
Yes.
if Ju Wenjun spots it, she might well go for it as her best chance, right? Because
Yes.
she has been calculating here for I think almost 20 minutes already, and she knows that all the lines are not so good
Yes.
to be very gentle. So if she finds this, it might be her best chance.
Yes, when your position is going to a losing position, to find some traps for your opponent is the best chance.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes,
If you can find them.
if you can find it.
But you know, I have this question for you. Let's say I don't see any of that. What
Yes.
about just I want to play simple chess. I want to just pin your
Yes.
bishop and capture it eventually. My point was that you don't have this one because I think I can
Just to
take and rook
exchange,
d8, right?
Yeah, if I play Queen ES7, you just exchange and Rook D6. I think it's enough for winning.
Ah, yes. Well, first of all, I was concentrated about this, but then
Yes.
rook d8 and
Checkmate.
checkmate on h8. And if queen takes, then this. But again, maybe Ju Wenjun will feel that this is her best chance, although kind of
I really don't think so.
doesn't seem like a chance at
Yes.
all. Yes, because the problem is that white will always have even.
Yes.
So we can take here, yes,
Yeah,
and
you-
c4 we can take here.
And
can
rook c6.
rook c6.
Yes, and if you
And
take,
this, you're not in time for promotion because white promotes first.
yes, and if you're king to capture my pawn, I just put my king to capture
And
your pawn.
yes, this is a game that two can play, right?
Yes.
And this is a game over because again, let's show it. White will take this one.
Yes.
We'll leave black handle the other pawn, and
And I
whenever we are back into the square,
Yeah.
we just play g4 and push the pawn. It would be maybe faster to even show it.
Yes.
So we go here, and now we just play g4.
Just play g4. Yes.
And when this happens, we just right on time to catch the pawn. So Ju Wenjun is still thinking not an easy decision for the world champion. Ladies and gentlemen, game number 5. We are probably about to see the first decisive game of the match, because Lei Tingjie has a massive advantage against the world champion Ju Wenjun. Wow.
And I think after these 5 matches, if you don't, because Lei Tingjie doesn't play the too much tournaments and games in the last few years, and after these 5 matches, I think if you don't know too much about Lei Tingjie, you will refresh your memory about her. She is really a strong player.
Absolutely. Today
it shows her power, especially after I would say the whole game till now she played very well, but the last 4 moves are really destroyed.
Yes, extremely, and you can see on the world champions emotions. She knows she is lost here, but she is fine, and she played Queen A8 as your move, your idea. She is trying her last chances.
Yes.
But as we said, probably Queen F3 and the very natural move.
Yes, because Queen A4 really doesn't help the position.
And I think, and the problem for black here is that after F5, after Queen A8, F5, if black plays A5, there is Rook D7 probably, yes?
Yes,
Which
Rook
is
D7.
very annoying.
The ping.
Or
Black
or
wants
maybe
to make some ping on this diagonal, but actually it's for white. Maybe Rook B8?
Lei Tingjie played Queen F3.
Yes. And I think maybe E6, it's just easily winning for white here. Yes, E6.
E6.
You have
Another
to-
pawn.
Yes, after you play
joins. And she did, Ju Wenjun did play F5. But actually, you know, I'm thinking maybe we don't want to trade queens.
Yes, but I found I'm
Or
not
this
sure.
is absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, here you have to move your rook. But you can play
We go
rook
to
D8.
A8, yes.
I want to say something like bishop C7 or rook B7. I'm not sure because I mean this pawn is too powerful.
But you know, in such positions, you are so afraid to let the wind slip away. Yes.
Yes. Actually, I sometimes see a video for Fabiano Caruana. I'm not sure. I remember it's him. He said that the most difficult things in one game is to make the winning position win.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's not even Fabiano who said it first. But I don't remember who said it. One of very famous players said it, and it is very true.
Yes.
Right? Because you want to make sure, and you remember it was in the Ding's Nepo match where Ding had this overwhelming advantage. He had the queen. The game that he won actually after Nepo was with white. Nepo with black was having a winning position, but then he blundered, and Ding got the winning after e6. I think he blundered something like e6. And Ding was spending a lot of time. He was calculating until the very end. He was still, even in such a position, he was spending a lot of time, but making sure he doesn't. He really doesn't miss any kind of chances for for his opponent. So here, going into an endgame, it might be a little bit.
It might give black some.
It might feel that it gives black some chances, but now that I think about this position, so rook b7. The problem is that you cannot take on a4. Yes,
it's a checkmate. I think after rook b8.
Oh, it's even like that. I thought bishop h6, but you are right. The rook b8 is even stronger.
Ah, yes, bishop h6 is also winning.
Yeah, I thought this, right? So check and then
bishop g6. You have rook d4, e7.
Yes, and this is a kind of end game I'm pretty happy to play.
Yes. But
But
also rook b8 and bishop e5.
Sorry, yes, we have to show this. So here also, instead of
bishop h6, yes,
there is rook b8 and the king g7.
Yes, bishop e5.
So
King
this is
h7, rook h8.
One mate, and
if you play bishop f6, there are a lot of winning moves. Yes, I like e7.
yeah, I kind of thought that you would love this move most.
Yes.
And the queen is coming. Of course, this is not the only move.
Yeah.
This is also pretty devastating for black. And look at this. Ju is holding her pen as if trying to induce white to play rook d7, and Lei Tingjie did play rook d7, but actually Ju Wenjun played a better move than what we were thinking about. She played rook a7.
Ah, yes.
And I think this is much better than the line that we looked at.
Yes, because I just
because now we can. Although it's probably still hopeless, right? Because well, this is now a threat, so you have to go there.
And how to win here? It's not easy.
Actually, this is the way probably. And bishop g5.
Bishop g. Ah, bishop g5, b6.
Bishop takes. But this is not trivial at all.
Yes.
This is not trivial at all.
But it will be a very.
It would be a fantastic finish for this game.
Yes.
But this is, of course, this is not how you win these positions.
Yes.
But you know, I think that here I would incline very much to consider something like exchanging the rooks and keeping the queens on the board.
Yes.
I just need to find a good way. For instance, if we check first, so you cannot play king g8 here because I take and I take here, right?
Yes.
So you will have to go
f7 or
to f7.
I think king 8 is the only move, because f7 I can.
Somehow it feels that we can take on
e8,
bishop g5. Yes,
and a5.
First a5.
Maybe bishop g7.
Bishop g5 first.
Yes.
You go here and then a5 when we exchange whenever we are ready to win the game, right?
Yes.
So this is game over.
And this is
This is
really easy for them.
Yes, this is for Lei Tingjie. It's very easy to find, and so after King E8, now maybe just take here,
And Queen A7.
and something like or Queen D5 or maybe even E6.
Ah, I like the C6. You cannot play Queen C7 because I have Queen A8, I think. Yes.
So
you
and if this, then we just go
yes.
checkmate.
Checkmate. And actually, you cannot prevent Queen C6 or Queen A8. You cannot.
Right. So
Yeah.
this entry is inevitable, basically.
Yes. And then
For instance, if we run here and then check, you go here. How do we
Bishop,
finish?
Bishop E3 here. Yeah.
Lei Tingjie takes immediately on A8.
A8.
Maybe it's this. It's not the same. So she decided to immediately take on A8. Rook takes A8. And now
Now, for the endgame, we discussed before. Ju Wenjun wins a move.
right, yes, yes, because there we had the pawn on E6 and we played Rook B7 here, right?
Yes.
It still is to be seen whether it makes any difference.
For example, I play Rook B7 here.
Yes, so
Yeah.
for instance, if we can play Rook B7, Rook takes A4,
If I just go E6,
E6.
now I
It's
have.
very similar to yesterday's game, yeah? To
Ah,
last
yeah,
game.
yes.
Only with the bishops are of the same colors. But again, the pawn on E6, the very
Yes.
passive bishop and then king.
These three pieces are in the same square as
Yes.
yesterday.
But this is tricky. I'm not sure this was the most. It feels to me a little bit as
No,
if.
you cannot do this because Bishop H6. It's the way you wins.
It's
Yeah.
always wins, right? Because
Yes.
you cannot. And if I go back to, let's say, if I go back here, then you just
I just take.
take, yes.
I think the B pawn is too powerful.
Okay, then yeah, then it's probably and Lei has
And
Lei has
actually,
played E6.
I have a memory of Lei and Tan Zhongyi's game. There is one game, I'm not sure which game. Maybe they are 1.5 or they are in the same score. They both wins a game, and then Lei plays white. The bar said she is winning, totally winning, but Tan makes a lot of counterplay in the
Yes.
game. And I remember Lei need to play a lot of accurate moves to make sure she can win this game.
Yes, yes, yes.
And she did it. Actually, I think if I play this position, I even will prefer black because black has too much counterplay. I don't remember which game, but I'm sure when they play this game, the score is tied.
Yeah, I remember. It was this kind of a type of a king's, sort of a king's Indians type of position, right?
Yes.
Black was attacking on the queen side.
Yes.
Sorry, and then the rook, the queen entered
Yes.
the last rank somehow. Yes,
Yes,
it was
yes.
very tricky there.
And the Lei almost play all the moves correct.
Yeah, she has this ability to make a long series of very very strong moves. Ju Wenjun is thinking. She knows that the rook takes a4 here is not going to help her, although technically she's a pawn up here, but this pawn is worth more than all the other black pawns altogether,
Yes.
probably. So you can still give one check, but at the end of the day you will have to go back probably because what else? So the computer says that you could go
yeah.
here.
And
Sorry,
also-
not like that. Actually,
Yes,
even
bishop.
this, for some reason, is still winning.
I think queen g7. Or maybe
It just takes on
on
b6.
b6. Yes.
But
But we just need to play bishop h6.
bishop h6, this, and here
White.
black probably sacrifices the even bishop d8 is even the stronger.
Yes.
We take on b6, and this is a very easy win,
Yes.
especially given the fact that this pawn is in the color of the black
Yes.
bishop. But it will not even get to that here, I think.
Yes.
Ju Wenjun, the world champion, is down to her last a little bit more than 2 minutes. She is facing a very, very bad position. She knows it. She knows it. You can see the emotions on her face. And a super concentrated Lei Tingjie. She is not ready to let this win slip away.
Yes. But we have to mention the last 2 times Ju Wenjun wins the world champion against Lagno and Goratigina. She is the first one to lose the game, and she comes back and wins in the tie breaks. I think the situation. So game is the match is not over.
It's not over by any means, of course. But I think Lei Tingjie will take this win, and she will worry about the rest tomorrow and in the games to come. All she wants to do, all she needs to do, is to bring this victory home. It's never been closer for her. She is about to be to take the lead in her first World Championship match. Ju Wenjun has got only less than 1 minute, 50 seconds to Ju Wenjun. She needs to make a move. Of course, we still have increments. We still will see. We will not see her go down without a fight. But what to do? What would you do? What do you think is the best way to try to get some chances?
Maybe
she takes on a4.
She takes on a4. Yes.
She takes on a4. Immediately, rook b7 played by Lei Tingjie. She knows that this back rank, it will decide the game, because the rook has to go back. A black rook has to go back in order to keep the bishop. There is a huge difference between yesterday's game, between the last game where Lei Tingjie was black, but she had a lot of moves for her bishop. She could run away. Now this bishop cannot move almost nowhere. For instance, if we go bishop d8, there are a few problems with this. The simplest one, and the biggest problem, this is the biggest difference between the opposite color bishops and the same color bishops. The bishop can attack one another, even though I cannot draw the arrows correctly.
Yes.
For this reason, Ju Wenjun goes back to a6, but Lei Tingjie, she is really extremely confident. She's blitzing her moves. She has calculated. She sees the win. She knows that she takes the pawn on b6.
Look at the camera. After Lei Tingjie play a move, she just hold his head and focus on the position.
Yeah, you would if you just see her picture, without the board, without the analysis, you would think that she might be losing, right?
Yes.
So razor sharp and focused until with every molecule of her body. c4. Ju Wenjun played c4. She is desperately trying to create some counterplay with the pawn. Rook c6 played by Lei Tingjie.
Yes, it's a very safe move.
Again, when your opponent's rook cannot move the back rank, it's virtually you have an extra rook in the game.
Yes. Well,
b6, b7 is a threat.
Yes.
So I would even say that after c3, you don't even bother taking the pawn. You just keep pushing your own pawn. And the world champion is in big trouble. She plays bishop d8, trying to bail out maybe with rook, with bishop takes b6, maybe.
Maybe,
Yes.
yes.
So she wants to, on b6,
yes,
she maybe wants to sacrifice this bishop.
Or maybe rook a2, rook b2.
Oh, rook
Ye-
b2,
Yes,
rook
but,
b2, but still,
still
even
it's
here,
losing,
white would
yeah.
have rook c8 and
And
bishop
bishop
g5 with a totally winning position.
Yes.
And she doesn't even need to go into this because after bishop d8, I think another move which is quite. Well, there are many moves. I don't know.
Yes.
Yeah, I
Two
would even
bishop
consider
d6,
bishop
I
d6
like this
to
move.
prevent king from going to e7.
Yes.
And
And
if
you-
king e8, then we can go b6, or we can even take the pawn on c4.
Yes, I
The
think
computer, the computer plays the
Ah,
the
yes.
cold-blooded king h3
Yes.
to make sure there is no rook a2 check, and then we just push the pawn to b7. But Lei Tingjie, of course, made the human move b6, check on a2. We will see king a3 being played.
Yes, I think.
And
king
if I
h3
have to
will be
bet,
played.
I would say that after rook b2, rook c8,
It's
the game will be
over.
over. But actually, you know, you could even argue for a move like bishop c7 here, although the bar doesn't like it, but
It's
it's kind of so many options.
yes.
But normally you want to finish the game as
Yes.
quickly as possible, and this does just that, right?
yes. Rook c8 and
Unless okay, actually, so this might be a slight problem for white because you lose both your pawns. It's still winning, but you will need to make a few more moves, right? You will need to somehow show how you.
yes, but I think this is really no difficulties.
Yeah,
with
this
one.
is no, of course not for a player, and maybe Ju Wenjun will not even keep playing this
Yes.
this position, but Lei Tingjie is obviously taking her time a little bit to check this position to make sure that there are no surprising
Yes.
surprising fortresses or of the kind.
Yes. For example, let's say something. If Lei Tingjie can make the e pawn goes to e8 to a promotion to a queen, you need to be careful about something like bishop b6 and rook f2, some checkmate.
Oh.
Yeah, but just I just
Yes.
say it.
For instance, let's show it how we can make it work.
It's
but
not easy.
It's not easy to make it work. Lei
Yeah.
Tingjie played rook c8.
Yes.
Are we going to see the world champion resign here, or is she going to fight what seems to be a really lost fight already? She is
Maybe.
down to her last minute.
Rook b3 here. I have some little
You have
trap.
some nasty traps. Any trap is always.
Yes. Okay, king g2. I just resigned.
But what was okay?
Okay. What I want is you to play bishop e3. If you play
No,
bishop e3,
but I don't.
but what I mean is king e7. Maybe I have some chances for a draw.
Because the bishop is pinned now. Yes.
Yes.
And this is an important. And she does. She
yes.
plays your idea. Okay, so you're not teammates for free, right? You know how each other thinks. Rook b3 is played by the world champion in Lei Tingjie. Does not play bishop
Yeah.
e3. King e2 is on the board. Will we see a black take on b6? She
Yes,
does
she
take
does
on
take
b6,
it.
so she is trying her last chance, sacrificing the bishop,
Yes.
and she will then win the pawn on e6. So this is the current position. King goes to e7. Lei
And I
Tingjie is
think we-
extremely confident in her ability to win this,
Yes.
and rightly so.
Yes, you can play rook d4 or rook c8 easily, take back the
So
c4
we will,
pawn.
yeah. So she will probably, she played rook c8,
It's
and
natural.
rook takes e6. Probably we'll
D.
see king d3 or f3.
I think maybe king d2. Well,
Yeah, okay, maybe
yes.
yes. I
Both-
was thinking to keep the king on the king side, but actually anywhere the king goes is quite okay,
yes.
because we will take the pawn and then we bring the king either to d5 or to g5.
Yes.
Yes, and then we can just exchange the rooks, I think.
Yes.
And yeah, Lei Tingjie played just as you suggested, which is the more technical way to do that.
Yes.
Taking the pawn back on c4, and I think the
think
world
the-
champion will throw in the towel, because there is really not much she can do in this
Yeah.
position. No
Yes.
counterplay. The pawns are going nowhere. They are so blocked. They are waiting to be basically they're waiting to be destroyed one by one.
Yes.
A very sad moment for the world champion, but a fantastic game by Lei Tingjie
Tingjie.
today.
I think Lei Tingjie even don't make some mistakes today. Maybe some moves at the move maybe bishop e6. This is a mistake, but it's only according to the engine.
Yeah, bishop e6 is according to the engine, and it's because of this very, very specific idea connected with
Yes,
this
some
queen
bishop
d8,
F-
queen c8, d8, c7, a7.
Yes.
Which is really, I'm not sure we can even consider it as a serious argument, right?
Yes.
But apart from that, it was a perfect game by the challenger. And this is going to, this is
Yes,
all going
maybe.
to be decided very soon.
Yes.
Rook c7 has been played by Lei Tingjie. Black king f6. You know, I'm thinking maybe she is hoping. I was going to say maybe she's hoping for some stalemate ideas.
Yes.
But with those pawns, you don't even have so many because if the bishop is on g5, then you will have this f4
Yes.
move, and you have this g5 move always.
But I mean, what else can she do now?
Yeah, she has to try, and she's not going to give up very easily.
Yes.
But look at the Lei. She's extremely confident. Bishop g5 has been played.
Yes, bishop.
And
G5.
there is also, I think, so king e6 is the only move, and then
Rooks.
rook g7.
rook g7,
And this
yeah.
is
This is finished.
finish, as finish as it can be.
Yes.
Because again, you can the game, you can argue for trying to play on, but and Ju Wenjun is playing. She played
King E5?
played king e5 with the
And
idea.
I think Lei Tingjie will play rook e7 with no hesitation, because actually it is black
And
square.
we said, yeah, as we said, the square is dark, and
Yes. Actually, this position, even the square is white. I think it's also winning.
because you have g5, yes.
Yes.
Let's show it. So basically, when we have an opposite colored bishop of the white square, we cannot show it. But
Yes. I think we can show it.
I mean, we cannot move the bishop. So basically, what black normally does is to, and Lei, as you correctly predicted, Lei played rook e7.
Yes.
And this is the position. Black will probably play f4.
Yes.
After taking, these pawns are going nowhere, so white can just keep the bishop. Then the king will just using Suk Zhuang's, the king will go.
Go to the king side and capture 2 pawns for black.
But you know, this is very tricky because I once had a similar game, but in this position, well, in similar position, I had. And ladies and gentlemen, Ju Wenjun resigned. Lei Tingjie won the first game. The match is. The drawing spell is broken. The challenger takes the lead 1-0, one decisive game in favor of Lei Tingjie.
Yeah,
Fantastic.
really fantastic game.
If you have been following our live coverage, you have seen that the challenger played an almost perfect technical game. Ju Wenjun, she really made just 2 mistakes in this game.
Yes, I think Ju Wenjun defends it very well. Even some after she goes plays to the losing position, the queen a8, rook a7, all the moves is the best move to make the position still alive. But Lei Tingjie, after 40 moves, she played I think almost all the engine moves. After 40 moves.
After the 40th, but even before, we cannot even say of any inaccuracy by her. But starting with this, after the time control, yes, she really denied all possibilities. She exploited Black's 40th move mistake to the best extent possible, to the maximum, and it's. Well, this is a very, very serious, a serious saying by the challenger. Almost, yes. Yes, the last game. Almost. She was on the verge of winning, yes.
But your opponent plays very well and defends it. Bishop d6 last game, only move, but to save the game. And today you are in the defensive position, and your opponent also played almost all the good moves and makes the win. I think this is a crush win. I have to say.
Yeah, this is.
And this is.
I will not say a masterpiece, but it's an extremely strong level of play demonstrated, and we shall not forget she was not playing a kindergarten boy or girl. She was not playing against me. She was playing against the world champion, right? So the opposition was extremely strong, and she still managed to power through. Extremely impressive game by Lei Tingjie. And also, you know, I wanted to say that after, this is also, it didn't come after some huge opening preparation. Right?
Yes.
They were equal basically after, on time after the opening, and also in the position. The position wasn't anything too spectacular for white. So you feel that really the Lei Tingjie outplayed her opponent, outplayed Ju Wenjun
in this game
in a fantastic style. And
now I'm very satisfied. I'm very excited.
Sorry, I have to interrupt you because we are being told that we are going to the press conference. We'll see you tomorrow for the 6th game, but you stay for the opening, for the press conference. It will be exciting to hear the emotions of the players. Thank you.
Thank you, and see you tomorrow.
Welcome to the press conference after round number 5. Today was the first resultative game. Lei Tingjie won the game and the current score is 3-2. Lei, this is your first victory in the World Championship match. What are the feelings right now?
It was long game and somehow I thought probably my opponent can defend this endgame, but I just think, okay, I have no risk, so I just wanted to continue the game. And after she played rook b8, then I have f4 after f4, and I think probably I have chance to win.
Yeah, so at this point, after f4, the first time, was it the thought that you have a winning position? Were you getting a little bit stressed? Was it hard to keep your emotions in check?
No, actually, okay, the position is still very complicated. I'm not sure I'm winning or not during the game, so I just try to find a good move to play and give my opponent to play yeah.
And what do you think were the critical moments today? This rook b8 f4, something else?
Probably after e5, this position, I don't know if she can play rook d7 or not. Yeah.
All right, thank you. Ju Wenjun, tough loss for you today. How was the game from your perspective, and what were the biggest challenges?
Well, today I think I was worse, and it was some defense, and so I guess maybe the 14 move about that. I'm not sure if it's a good move, because after that somehow it's make more dangerous to defense.
So that's the moment that you regret a little bit. Do you have what do you think you should have played instead?
Okay, some maybe just to hold, not push this pawn. Maybe some other move, Let's say rook b8 or something like queen to, okay, some queen moves, something like this.
All right, thank you. And I still have questions from the commentator team. So the first question, Ju Wenjun, is to you as well. Commentators were wondering about the decision to play c5. Can you tell us a little bit what were you hoping for, the idea behind the c5 move, and do you think it was maybe a little bit misplayed, some beginning of trouble?
Yeah, because okay, it's too risky, and after that, maybe this structure is just very bad for black.
Okay, thank you. Lei Tingjie, and this will be my last question. It's also from the commentators. Let me check. So the question is, it seems that after the pandemic, you have gained a lot of strength, and now you're performing extremely well in most of the events. Almost every tournament you play is a very good one. So can you give us a little bit of background? How have you used the time during the pandemic? Is there some secret?
I mean, just as a professional chess player, if you don't have like a tournament to play or you want to chase some goals, then just stay at home and train.
So you think that the fact that you had no distractions helped you focus on chess more?
I mean, there is nothing I'm worried about in my life, so I can just focus on chess totally.
All right, thank you so much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to move to the Chinese part of the press conference. Xiaobing is now going to ask some questions in Chinese. So thank you again to the players for the answers. And Xiaobing, there you go.
Thank you, Anna. OK， 现在我们有一些中文问题啊。首先还是想先问一下两位棋手，这盘棋的自己的一个总体的评价和感受吧。雷霆杰先说一下吧。
我觉得这盘棋看起来好像挺平稳的，但我觉得其实也不太平稳。中间的时候我花的时间挺多的，因为我觉得局面可能我好一些，但是我想去突破的话，其实我挺难的。然后最后我选择了其实可能看起来是最没有风险的一路招法。然后临场的话，我不知道对手的压力有多大，但我觉得这个局面，黑的应该可以防守住。然后过了，第一实线以后，我觉得这个棋好像可以长久的下去，然后我就等待机会吧。
在哪一个时刻你觉得你的局面基本上你能够取胜了？
可能他走完车 A7 吧。其实走完车 A7可能车 A7也可以，然后后 A8吃完了1-6，我觉得可能也赢了。对，而且那个时候，对手已经陷入时间恐慌了，所以我觉得那个时候可以确定吧。
那娟君就觉得出了什么问题？这盘棋？
我觉得更多的是一种，可能选择上有点，就是可能，没有什么太大的，或者说是一些特点吧，就觉得下的可能比较消极，并且有点奇怪，可能。
好，那么下一个问题想问一下两位棋手，其实前4盘棋，两位都说虽然都是和棋，但实际上都是每盘棋都是很紧张的。想问一下两位棋手前4天心理上的压力，和今天这盘棋之后心理上的压力是会增加还是会减少？想问一下前4盘棋心理上的压力有多少？有几分？任君。
我觉得前4盘的压力啊，就是，肯定是要比其他的比赛会多一些吧。但是，真的要说有很多压力，我觉得，其实也怎么说呢？压力是这个比赛必须要承受的一方面嘛。
那今天这盘棋之后，就是说下的处理的不是特别好，像你刚才说的选择出了点问题。那你觉得可能会因为输了一盘棋会压力增加，还是会反而会放下一些自己的包袱？
我觉得就是，我觉得可能还是怎么说呢？还是正常继续进行比赛吧。对我来说，每一盘棋都是一个全新的一盘棋，所以我不会去想太多之前的比赛吧，可能就还是从新开始。
雷霆杰呢？前4天，因为你是第一次参加这个世界冠军对抗赛，前4天心理上的压力有几分？如果满分是10分的话，你觉得你的达到几分？
我觉得参加这个比赛，我感觉我就是开开心心来的，然后下比赛嘛，下棋嘛，就挺开心的。然后可能第4盘棋的话，母姐给我的压力会比较大，因为棋比较复杂，然后在后面，尤其是我没有时间的情况下，但那盘棋守住了以后，就会觉得，可能会有一些新的开始，可能甚至会暗示自己会有好的开始。对于压力这个事情来讲的话，你要是觉得有压力，那你肯定有压力；你要觉得你没有压力，那肯定就没有压力了。所以我觉得，就是胜负其实是并不能改变你对下棋的一个态度，或者说压力的存在。虽然说我现在比分是领先，但是比赛还有很长，比赛有起伏是非常正常的。所以我觉得，接下来我也会继续去努力，然后我会尽量保持之前那个开心的状态。
好我没有其他问题，其他有媒体朋友有问题吗？
我觉得喜悦也不能表现出来，对吧？这个赢了一盘棋，你这辈子已经赢过很多一盘棋了，可能在我看来，这可能是一场重要的胜利。但是我觉得，就有的时候其实是这样的，就是你赢了一盘棋，你反而会感觉自己会更沉稳一点。对，但是可能等新闻发布会结束了，我还是嘻嘻哈哈
的。好，那今天的新闻发布会就到这里，谢谢2位棋手，Thank you，安娜。
谢谢。